Past the headlines and into the truth. This show isn't about left or right. It's about what's real in Wyoming, across the country, and around the world. No spin, no...
Flag, sun on the barn roof, boots by the doorway, dust on the old coupe. Kids in the backfield chasing that red ball. Radio low, neighbor makes a roll call. From Cody to Cheyenne, voices in the same key. These are our fences. This is our country. Not right, just living how we pray. We're the ones who stay. Wyoming stands tall. We don't bow, we don't crawl. We're the ones they can't control. From some distant marble hall, from the mountains to the plains, through the blizzards, through the rain, we the people draw the line. Take our freedom back again. Wyoming stands tall. Mama at the sink laughs, wipes off her wet hands. Phones on the table, talk of new plans. Granddad at the counter, map spread like a quilt. Lines tracing fences that our great-grandmothers built. Caravans of ranch trucks rolling in a long line. County fairground fields, hearts beating in time. Not red, not blue, just a homegrown crew saying we remember who this belongs to. Wyoming stands tall. We don't bow, we don't crawl. We're the ones they can't control. From some distant marble hall, from the mountains to the plains, through the blizzards, through the rain, we the people draw the line. Take our freedom back again. Wyoming stands tall. No more talking heads telling us what we meant when we send our money, when we cast our consent. We are more than numbers on a screen back east. We're the hands in the harvest, the faith and the feast. Hey, hey, family side by side. Hey, hey, we decide. Hey, hey, listen DC, you work for us, you work for me. Wyoming stands tall. Wyoming stands tall. Wyoming stands tall. Cracks open that kitchen window, coffee steam, biscuits in the pan.
Mama hums grace while the radio rattles, boots on the breakfast table. Hurry if you can.
Kids tug on jeans, chasing their lunches, arguing over who feeds what. Y'all grab them buckets, daylight's burning, Granddad laughs, this place is all we've got. This is a ranch life rhythm. Hear that gravel choir, old truck coughing prayers through a barbed wire fight. Boots on the breakfast table, dust laid bare. Morning breaks hard, but the face still there. Hands up high, hearts in the hay. We pull our weight, we earn our way. Long days, early mornings, right or wrong, grit in our bones where the good Lord's strong. We're right where we're boots on the table, life fits us perfectly. Fence line leaning, post hole digging, rust, red dirt in every crease. Little girl riding on a feed sack wagon, waving at the heifers like a Saturday parade down Main Street.
Sunday clothes hanging by the back door, Bible marked with names and years. We bow our heads neath the wide sky steeple, praying over rain and over brand new steers.
This is ranch life, a rhythm, hear that gravel choir. Oh, truck coffin prayers through a barbed wire fire. Boots on the breakfast table, dust laid bare. Morning breaks hard, but the face still there. Hands up high, hearts in the hay. We pull our weight, we earn our way. Long days, early mornings, right or wrong. Gritting our bones where the good Lord's strong. We're right where we're meant to be.
Lightning bugs float by the hand gate, supper plates scraping, boy, you're late. We pass the beans, we pass the tales of busted knuckles and wind whip trails.
We laugh so hard that the chair legs dance, thanking heaven for another chance to rise with the rooster right through the dawn. As long as these old hills keep holding on. This is ranch life. This is ranch life. This is ranch life. This is ranch life.
Yeah, yeah.
Grandma's got her Bible and a coffee can of seeds, sitting in that old lawn chair telling us what this place needs. Not another angry promise from a face on a TV screen, just neighbors in a circle talking about what freedom means. 'Cause round this campfire we all get a say. Red hat, blue shirt, still praying for the same new day. We pass that old guitar and the jar of sweet iced tea. You and me, we might disagree, but we're still one family. That's a campfire, kind of freedom, that's the way it ought to be. Says listen more than talking, shake a hand that's worn and rough. You don't have to share opinions to share a plate and share your stuff. Boots in the pine straw, ashes floating to the stars. We argue, then we're laughing while the crickets play their part. Out here the land remembers every promise that we made. Cornfields, cotton rivers, they don't choose a side to take. So pull your chair in closer, let that old hurt melt and bend. We can fight like Ken at supper time, then bow our heads again. promise that we've made. Cornfields, cotton rivers, they don't choose a side to take. So pull your chair in closer, let that old herd melt and bend. We can fight like kin at supper time, then bow our heads again. Sun just clocked out on the fence line. Boots kick dust off a long week's try. Hayfield shimmer in the porch light glow. Grams cracks a joke, says it's our time. Cooler in the bed of that old Ford dog, riding shotgun like he runs this world. County road hums while the day unwinds, chasing that sunset red as a stop sign. All that sweat on Monday, Tuesday turns to stories when it turns dark. We've been counting down the long days to light up this one spark. We were raised on Friday nights where the small town comes alive. Campfires popping, someone's tailgate dropping, singing under big skylights. From the bleachers at the home field game to jumping in the creek by the bridge at midnight. Yeah, we worked this land from dawn till light, but we were raised on Friday nights. Parking lot packed at the high school, half the town leaning on the chain link fence. Marching band echoes through the cool air. First kiss hiding in the old school bench. Later on out by Miller's pasture, pickup circle, little red plastic cups. Two steps spinning in the gravel dust. Friends talk big like they'll all catch up. Sweaty shirts and sunburned necklines turn to flannels in the dark. Every fence post, every stop sign knows the beating of this heart. That old windmill still squeaks in time to every cheer when the home team's driving. Every laugh round a fire at night, every one more lap down that dirt road winding. We ain't rich, but man, we're alright. Got a sky full of stars, got a long neck shine, got a full tank, half a plan, good sightlines, and a whole lot of faith in Friday nights. We were raised on Friday nights where the small town comes alive. Campfires popping, someone's tailgate dropping, singing under big skylights. We were raised on Friday night.
Beyond the Fence Line, where we step past the headlines and into the truth. This show isn't about left or right, it's about what's real in Wyoming, across the country, and around the world. No spin, no talking points, just facts, context, and honest conversation. If you're tired of being managed instead of informed, you're in the right place. Let's go beyond the fence line. And now, here is your host, Joseph Kibler, candidate for Wyoming Governor in 2026. Welcome to Wyoming Beyond the Fence Line, where we step
There we go. Here we come. Hey, guys. Well, happy Thursday afternoon. Sometimes we do random live shows like this one. I guess I probably should put my mic over here so you guys can actually hear me. Hopefully you can hear me okay. So, Big news around the water cooler, right? This massive, way overblown, in my opinion, Checkgate. Well, the investigative committee is going to start their work today, and we're going to live stream it for you. So I'm going to go ahead and fire up that window. They should be starting here in about 9 minutes. So you might wonder, Joseph, you might as well weigh in. What is your opinion on Checkgate? You know, we all make mistakes sometimes. Yep, believe it or not, it's true. We all make mistakes. Sometimes we all do things that might be considered, even quite frankly, stupid. You know, this is one of those things where no matter how you would have done this, no matter who was getting handed the check on this floor, on the floor, right, left, center, or indifferent, we'd probably be having the discussion that we're having today because it just looks really, really bad. The optics are terrible. And one might go, well, I truly wonder what the motivation was, what Rebecca's motivation was, doing something so out in the open and on the house floor. And one might ponder, was it to get attention and to be noticed? Look at me, I'm handing out checks. You know, and I don't know. I can't judge that situation. But what I can tell you is that this has been blown way out of proportion. I think we're going to find in the committee that no wrong has been done. But we'll see. I mean, I've been known to be wrong, so maybe I'll be wrong on this one too. But if you guys have comments or thoughts on this subject, feel free to post them below. The committee meeting should be starting here, and it's supposed to start around 3:00, so we should see that window pop up. So, what do I think about this? At the end of the day, an honest mistake, really, really bad optics, and likely no ill intent. And I think that I would like to believe, by the way, that that would be the case with most of our representatives on the floor of the Senate or the House in those respected chambers, that were they encountered in a situation like this, that there would be no ill intent. And until I suppose we see otherwise, I want to believe that no ill intent is here, that we're going to find that no laws were broken, and that it was just really bad optics. Now, will more laws perhaps be created because of this? Yeah, maybe. We know Governor Gordon made it illegal, right? He issued an executive order making it not legal to accept any type of campaign donation on any state or government grounds. Of course, that's a First Amendment executive order. I'm not sure how well that is going to stand on in the court of law or anything like that, or whether that executive order will be rescinded. That being said, what would I do in a situation like this? Well, I live in sort of this, I guess you could call, idealistic world where we just bring people into a room and we work it out and we say we're sorry and oops, we made a mistake. And we leave it at that. You know, I was having a conversation. I had a question of the day on my Facebook page. It's kind of along the lines of, what do you believe is keeping us so divided? And I answered it very plainly. I just said it's the lack of love. You know, there are real world, down and dirty Main Street ways to handle situations like this, where it doesn't have to be bureaucratic. It doesn't have to be blown up. People make honest mistakes. Maybe we could just accept that. I mean, if you're watching and listening today, have you ever made a mistake? Okay, I sure have. I mean, ask my wife. I make a lot of mistakes, and I have to own those things. And you know what? If I'm elected governor, guess what? I hate to break it to you, I will make mistakes, and I will do things that you don't like. So I think that's kind of what this ends up being. I'm going to play a little background music here while we're waiting for the committee to start. How about a little song called Mending Fences? I mean, it's kind of appropriate for this, for what we're doing here today. Let's listen to a little bit of Mending Fences right now, you guys. While we wait, the legislative session should start here in about 5 minutes or so. If you're tuning in or
Pretty
watching,
sure.
feel free to leave your comments in the chat.
Thank you for this pot of beans and the neighbors down the road. He traded the last jar in the cellar for a stranger's broken day. Didn't ask who they were voting for, just helped hitch up their hay. They didn't have to be right, they just did what was right. Saddled up and rode together through the hard pan, through the firelight. When a storm hit one old farmhouse, every hand in town was there. They believed in rest and repair, mended fences 'cause they cared. Grandma said 2 extra places at some point. We're all in need.
All right, if you're just tuning in, we're just waiting for the legislative session to start. For Checkgate, we'll be listening in together. We'll be live streaming. If you guys want to comment, if you have thoughts, feel free to put those in the bottom there.
Men and women side by side in their Sunday work clothes. They didn't have to be right, they just did what was right. Saddled up and rode together through the hard pan, through the firelight.
Some nice little tunes here right now while we wait for it to start. Oh, looks like the committee start. Go ahead and turn the music off. We'll go ahead and tune into this. Let me make sure I've got the volume on.
Good afternoon. The 2026 Special Investigative Committee of the Wyoming House of Representatives is convened for the purpose of fulfilling its responsibilities at the behest of the members of the House.
All right, here we go,
On
guys.
February 12th, the Wyoming House of Representatives voted unanimously to convene a special committee to investigate whether checks were provided to members of the House of Representatives on the floor of the House and whether that action is a violation of the Wyoming State Constitution under Article 3, Section 42, or Section 43, or constitutes legislative misconduct as defined in Joint Rule 22-1-18, subsection D. On Saturday,
you guys
February
think?
14th,
Misconduct
the
or
Laramie
not?
County Sheriff
What do you guys
publicly
think?
announced
Leave a
that his
comment.
office was launching a criminal investigation into the same allegations this committee had been tasked to investigate. On February 18, the House considered this committee's motion to hold these proceedings in abeyance pending the outcome of any criminal investigation or criminal proceeding. 21 members voted in favor of abeyance. 37 voted to continue, and 4 were excused. Thus, the House directed this committee to proceed. Article 3, Section 12 of the Wyoming Constitution grants the House the power to establish rules for its proceedings to protect its members against offers of bribes or private solicitation and punish or expel its members and other persons for corruption, contempt, and disorderly behavior in its presence. Implied within that authority is the power of the House to conduct investigations into matters for which discipline or other action may be warranted. Although such investigations are rare in Wyoming, when serious questions arise concerning the conduct of elected representatives, an inquiry of this nature becomes necessary. It is important to remember what these proceedings are and what they are not. This is not a trial. It is not a criminal proceeding. It is not a civil proceeding or any other adversarial proceeding. It is a legislative fact-finding inquiry. The committee is not adjudicating guilt and is not functioning as a judicial tribunal. The procedural safeguards required in courts do not apply here. This is also a legislative investigation.
I see a whole
of
bunch of you are
colleagues.
on right now. If you have any
Members
thoughts or
serve
comments, feel free to
alongside
post
one
below.
another.
I'd love to chat.
And inevitably bring prior impressions of events, personal relationships, public information, and constituent concerns into this room. That reality does not prevent us from fulfilling our duty. I believe the Wyoming Constitution anticipated this very dynamic. Our duty is to come together today with open minds, to ask careful questions, and to determine the facts based upon the evidence presented here. A significant amount of information is already in the public record. In the past 2 weeks, there has been a substantial volume of public reporting and commentary. Our responsibility is to bring order to that virtual blizzard of information, provide context, and present a clear and cohesive factual record to the House. The matters before us are serious. This committee has a responsibility to address them carefully and professionally, and in doing so, to assist in maintaining public confidence in the integrity of the legislature. Our time is limited. Let me repeat that. Our time is limited, and our duties are broad. I intend to ensure this proceeding will remain focused, efficient, and steadfast. Testimony or questioning that is repetitive, outside the scope of this committee's charge, or otherwise immaterial will be ruled out of order. We will not deviate from our charge, which is, number one, whether checks were provided to members on the floor of the House, and number two, whether that conduct constitutes a violation of the applicable constitutional or rule provisions. Allegations unrelated to those questions, prior disputes, or other grievances will not be permitted. All witnesses have been notified that their testimony will be included in the committee's investigation. The information provided will not be treated as confidential and may be used in future legislative, executive, or judicial proceedings. Each witness has the right to appear with legal counsel and to assert any privilege recognized under the United States Constitution or the Constitution of the state of Wyoming. No witness is being granted or purported to be granted immunity for testimony given here. No person is compelled to appear to testify or to produce materials. Participation in this proceeding is voluntary. Legislators, witnesses, and third parties may, upon invitation, appear before the committee and may be represented by legal counsel. Counsel for a legislator, witness, or third party may quietly and briefly advise their client on how to respond to her question, but shall not answer the question from the committee directly for their client, or object to a question from the committee, or object to any other facet of this proceeding. Spectators in the room are expected to silence their phones, remain respectfully quiet, enter and leave the room without disturbance. Media personnel are to stay on the periphery and not block the view of others in the room while standing with cameras. Those testifying will speak into the microphone and address all responses through the chair, regardless of who is asking the question. Those testifying are expected to be responsive to the questions and to not debate with committee members. Again, as in any budget session, time is not on our side. I intend to wrap up around 8 p.m. tonight. If necessary, we will reconvene at noon tomorrow to take another 2 hours of testimony. With that, we will begin. Please call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, for the House Special Investigative Committee, February 26, 2026, Representative Connolly. Here. Representative Fornstrom,
Here.
Representative Heiner, Representative Lawley,
Here.
Representative Posey, Representative Tarver, Chairman Waship.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is the adoption of rules. Mr. Obrecht, you want to chime in?
Mr. Chairman, Matt Obrecht, LSO. The committee has some proposed rules that it needs to adopt as one of its first orders of business, and I'll walk through those rules. They've been provided to the committee and posted online for a while. Rule 1 of the document titled Rules of the 2026 House Special Investigative Committee. The first rule is really the committee's charge. The House Special Investigative Committee shall investigate whether a member of the public was invited onto the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives and that person handed out checks to members of the House, and whether that action is a violation of the Wyoming State Constitution under Article 3, Section 42, or Section 43, or constitutes legislative misconduct as defined in Joint Rule 22-1. Mr. Chairman, Rule 2 states that the proceedings of the committee are investigative in nature and thus do not require an adversarial hearing. 2 days' notice was provided to each meeting of this committee to the witnesses, and it's open to the public. Legislators, witnesses, and third party who appear before this committee may be represented by counsel. But as you stated in your opening remarks, Mr. Chairman, counsel for legislators, witnesses, or third parties may quietly advise their client on how to respond to a question, but shall not answer a question from the committee directly or for their client or object to a question from the committee. Mr. Chairman, Rule 3 gives you the power to administer oaths pursuant to Wyoming Statute 28-1-108. Mr. Chairman, you may compel the attendance of witnesses and the production of material relevant to this investigation as authorized by those statutes in Title 28 that control the legislative subpoena process. Mr. Chairman, no witnesses were subpoenaed in this matter. And absence the formal issuance of a subpoena, all testimony from witnesses and the production of material shall be deemed voluntary and shall not be construed as compelled. Rule 5, this hearing and proceedings are subject to the requirements of the Wyoming Constitution, the rules of the Wyoming House of Representatives, Title 28 of the Wyoming statutes, and these rules you're about to adopt. To the extent not covered by these rules, not inconsistent, just like any other proceeding of the House, you're guided and controlled by Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedures. Rule 5B, pursuant to Article 3, Section 12 of the Wyoming Constitution, will control this committee, and that's that each body has the power to investigate, discipline its own members. The Wyoming Rules of Evidence, the Wyoming Rules of Civil Procedure, the Rules of Criminal Procedure, or any other rules specific to the judicial or executive branches do not apply to this hearings before this committee. Any evidence that is otherwise credible shall be accepted by the committee. No evidence that is otherwise credible shall be excluded because its introduction fails to comply with any technical rules of evidence. Rule 6, the committee shall receive testimony under oath. Documentary evidence may be received in the form of copies or excerpts if the original is not available. Rule 7 lays out the oath that, Mr. Chairman, you will give each witness and the advisement that will be read to witnesses. Rule 8 states that witnesses shall be called by the chairman of the committee or by a majority vote of the committee. Again, witnesses may be represented by counsel. Rule 8B states that witnesses shall only be questioned by committee members. Rule 9 talks about witnesses that were subpoenaed to begin with, and again, no witnesses were subpoenaed in this matter. Witnesses requested to appear before a committee not using the subpoena process shall receive the advisement in Rule 7B. At the close of questioning, witnesses will be provided the opportunity to provide a two-minute oral statement consisting of facts relevant to the allegations that checks were provided to members on the floor of the House of Representatives. Rule 8E, witnesses may provide additional written statements not later than Friday, February 27th at 5 p.m., consisting of facts relevant to the allegations that is the charge of this committee. The committee will then determine whether the written statement is germane to the charge of the committee contained in Rule 1 of these rules, and whether the committee will take it into consideration in its final report and recommendation to the House of Representatives.
Well, lots of rules, huh, you guys?
Rule
So
9, Mr. Chairman, you
gonna
will
keep reading
rule on all
rules.
objections, motions, and procedural
What are your thoughts on this,
questions
you guys? I
during
see a
any meeting
whole
from
bunch of
members
you
the
are
committee.
watching the stream right
The
now.
ruling shall
I'd be
be the
curious what
ruling
you
of the
think.
committee
Feel free to
unless a
post
member
below in the
objects, and
comments
then
on
a
Rumble,
majority
YouTube,
of the
or
committee
Facebook,
overrules your ruling.
and I'll respond to your
Rule
comment.
10,
What do you
again,
think
notice shall
about
be
this
provided at
issue?
least 2 days prior to any public meeting. The notice, Mr. Chairman, all public proceedings of the committee, including executive sessions, shall be recording. If the proceedings of a public meeting are not conducted in executive session, all proceedings of the committee shall be streamed on the website of the Wyoming Legislature. C, the committee may hold work sessions that are not open to the public for administrative purposes or is required for the efficient administration of the duties of the committee. Testimony and evidence shall only be received or introduced in a public hearing, including executive sessions held in conjunction with the public meeting. Rule 11 talks to executive sessions if they are to be needed to receive confidential information. And Rule 12 deals with your report. You shall issue a public report to the House of Representatives. The committee may file such findings, conclusions, and recommendations as it determines appropriate, including a minority report, conclusions and recommendations included with the minority report, if the vote on the final findings, conclusions, and recommendations is not unanimous.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we adopt the rules of the 2026 House Special Investigative Committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Forster. Thank you. Committee, questions about the rules? Question being called. All in favor of adopting these rules, say aye.
Aye.
Those are the rules have been adopted. Thank you. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, committee members work alongside one another with the other parties in these cases, and therefore I'm going to give the committee an opportunity to give any statements they wish for full transparency. Any member? Representative Tarver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for everyone's information, I was with Mr. Knapp at that time, and there was something given to Mr. Knapp. I could not tell you what it was, but I was standing there, and you will see that in the evidence provided coming forth.
Thank you. Any other committee member? Thank you. Next, we move to the testimony of witnesses and presentation of evidence. Representative Provenza. Please stand and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Carly Provenza,
Do solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury
do solemnly swear under the penalty of perjury
that the testimony I am about to give in this matter
that the testimony that I'm about to give in this matter
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Obrecht?
Representative Provenza, I will now provide you with the committee's advisement. The testimony you're about to give will be included in the committee's investigation into whether a member of the public was invited to the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives and that person handed out checks to members of the House. The information you provide is not confidential and could be used in future legislative, executive, or judicial branch proceedings. You have the right to appear before this body with legal counsel. You also have the right to assert any privilege against answering a question recognized by the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. You are not being compelled to testify in this matter. You are not being offered any immunity for your testimony. Do you understand this advisement, Representative Provenza?
I understand this advisement.
Representative Conley.
Please state your name and House district for the committee.
My name is Carly Provenza. I am from House District 45 of Albany County.
Were you on the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives on the evening of February 9th, approximately 5:20 p.m.?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Where were you physically located?
At approximately 5:20 p.m., I was located at my desk on the House floor.
Was the House in session at the time?
The House had adjourned for the day.
Did you observe any interaction involving items being exchanged around 5:20 on that evening?
I did.
Representative Provenza, please describe to us what you saw.
So at around 5:20 p.m. on February 9th, I was sitting at my desk having conversations with Representative Thayer and Davis. I witnessed Representative Nina Weber escorting Rebecca Bextel onto the House floor with two women that I did not identify at the time. I noticed that Ms. Bextel had what looked like to be printed checks in her hand based by the shape of those pieces of paper, which caught my attention. Representative Weber pointed to Representative Joe Webb as Rebecca Bextel approached him and handed him a check in front of Representative Darren McCann and Representative Thayer's desk. Ms. Bextel then handed a second check to Representative Marlene Brady. At this point, I stood up, I pulled out my phone, and I began to start taking photos. Ms. Bextel then handed a third check to Representative Darren McCann. Once the photo was taken, I sat down to see if what I saw was captured in the photo. Ms. Bextel at that point moved towards the back of the room as I processed what I had just seen. And as you can tell by the highway patrol footage, she moved back and onto the other side of the chamber. I did not witness that firsthand.
Did you see what member of the House, if any, invited Ms. Bextel onto the floor?
Representative Nina Weber brought her onto the floor.
What was Ms. Bextel with anyone else?
She was with two other women that I didn't identify. One woman wore a cowboy hat, and I don't remember what the other one was wearing.
Could you tell at the time what Ms. Bextel was handing out on the floor? Or
It appeared to me to be checks, but I could not be 100% certain at that moment.
so have you since learned what the items were?
I believe that it was confirmed to members of the press that there were checks distributed, but that knowledge did not come to me firsthand.
Could you hear anything said by Ms. Bextel about the checks?
I did not hear anything from Ms. Bextel in that interaction. In the media that I sent you, you can hear Representative Marlene Brady say, "Oh, how sweet."
That was going to be could you hear what the recipients of the checks said?
Not in its entirety.
Okay. What was Ms. Bextel's general demeanor as she was handing out the checks on the floor?
Everyone involved was joyful. They were smiling.
And then, did you take photographs in the chamber?
Can you please repeat that?
Did you take photographs in the chamber?
I took 4 photographs in the chamber.
When you did take the photos, what did you observe when you were taking those photographs?
I observed that Miss Bexell was reaching over a desk to hand what looked to be a check to to Darren McCann, and Marlene Brady and Joe Webb.
So can you explain to the committee the type of live photo that was captured?
Yes, so I have an iPhone, and when you take a photo with that device, it kind of records more than just that one moment in time. So when you take 4 photos in subsequent moments, you can tell the phone to essentially glue them together, which then creates a video. So while they were photographs that I took, they were live, they moved. They're similar to what you would consider a video.
So the photographs that you provided, have they been altered or modified in any way?
No,
You think the photographs fairly and accurately depict what you personally saw and photographed?
yes.
Have you submitted any other relevant documents to this committee? If so, can you identify them?
I submitted the 4 photos. I submitted the video that comes of those 4 live photos being taken, and I submitted footage that I received from the Highway Patrol through records request through LSO.
Thank you, Representative Provenza. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Representative Conley. Members of the committee, do any of you have any further questions of this witness? Representative Lawley.
The mic and I are having a problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Provenza, is there anything else about what happened that night we haven't specifically asked you, but you think we would need to know?
Representative Provenza.
Representative Lawley, I don't think so. I will just say that I only wish to speak to what I saw, and I imagine that there are facts relevant to this that are out of my direct experience.
Any other members? Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Provenza, are you familiar with Joint Rule 22-1, which is a procedure for formal complaints?
Yes, I am.
And in that procedure, it stipulates how we should make a formal complaint. Is there a reason you didn't follow that and you went to the media instead?
Representative.
Thank you. First, there is no requirement for me to use 22-1 and to use my First Amendment rights. What I saw was an egregious use of the Wyoming House floor. I also wanted the truth, and going forward to the press meant that journalists would have to corroborate what I saw. It meant that it wasn't just my word against those who were involved. I felt like I owed it to the public, to the people of Wyoming, to be honest about how some of their legislators are conducting themselves here. And it meant that it wouldn't be swept under the rug. People would have to make up their own minds about the information that came forward. So I went public because I didn't trust that a private process behind the scenes was going to result in the complete truth.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did you consult with anyone else before you decided to go to the media with this?
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I showed the photo to the chief clerk and asked for what I would quote as a gut check, because I was upset about what I saw. I was shocked about what I saw, and I asked what this is. She said, you should talk to Director Obrecht. So I consulted with some LSO staff. I talked to representatives on the floor about it. I showed the photo to Representative Liz Storr, to the best of my recollection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative Provenza. Mr. Obrecht, I believe this might be an appropriate time to look at the video evidence that's been compiled.
Mr. Chairman, Tamara Reveille, Legislative Counsel for LSO, has that in a PowerPoint presentation for you.
Good afternoon. You want to walk us through?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm Tamara Reveille. I will be showing you some media files. Let me begin to share my screen and open my presentation.
If you are watching the live show, I see there
So
is a
members
whole
of the
bunch
committee, I'm
of you.
first going to actually display the exhibits submitted by
Feel
Representative
free,
Provenza.
feel free
It
to
is
go
one of the
ahead
most
and post your
clear
comments below. What do you
images that
guys
we
think
have,
about this issue?
for you will see
Would
when we
love
get
to
to
hear
the
what you think
videos, the
about the
security
issue if you
footage
comment on the
is
video
not as
below, and
clear
I'll of
as you
course
would
interact with you
normally
guys as
expect
well.
of photos. This exhibit consists of those 4 still images and a short video clip. The images are taken from the live iPhone photograph. The live photo also includes approximately 2-second video segment with audio. And hopefully we'll have our audio come through. If not, we'll stop and adjust and replay it. The image properties indicate the photo was taken on February 9th at 5:23 p.m. The first image shows Representative Schmid, and I'm going to turn my mouse into a pointer. Our first image here shows Representative Schmid, Representative Brady, Representative McCann, and who we've since learned is Rebecca Bextel. She stands and hands an item over the desk in this image. We've since learned who we believe to be this woman in the brown cowboy hat with a plaid jacket and white scarf. To me, Rita Benson LeBlanc. And in the corner of this video, you see in this red suit, Representative Weber. The second image advances several milliseconds and shows the same individuals. The third image advances again, showing the same. The fourth image shows Representative McCann being handed an item by Ms. Bexel. The fifth item is the 2-second live picture with audio. That concludes the display of this image. In this exhibit, I can now move on to the security footage.
Thank you. Committee, any questions about the exhibits so far? Any none. Do you have further?
So now I'm going to display a display of still images taken from the recordings. These images were drawn directly from the security footage videos that were recorded by the Wyoming State Highway Patrol that you will soon watch after we do the stills. The purpose of showing you these stills first is simply to orientate the committee to the setting, the individuals present, and the physical layout before we view the full recording. This recording was taken on February 9th at approximately 5:20 p.m. It was following the House's adjournment in the House chambers in the Wyoming State Capitol building here in Cheyenne, Wyoming. The camera here is pointed, it's positioned high in the House chamber, pointed toward the southwest corner of the House floor. In these frames, you see the rows of legislators' desks, the entryway leading from the lobby to the House chambers, and then the doorway there leading to the legislative leadership offices. Up top, you see the gallery. The individuals visible in these images are the legislators who had not yet left the floor after adjournment and members of legislative staff. Now, the security footage is going to be in real time. However, the timestamps that are identified at the top of the video as well as at the top of the PowerPoint presentation, those timestamps are slightly different for each of the videos, but they are in real time and they can show you approximately the actual number of seconds or minutes the conduct occurred. I'm going to show you these 10 still images from the camera and then play you the 3-minute video. This first image, Exhibit H.1, bears the timestamp of 7:18 and 13 seconds. It shows Representative Davis, Representative Webb, Representative Smid, Representative McCann, Representative Brady. Sitting down is Representative Storer, Representative Larson, Representative Winter, and in the red suit, Representative Weber. The second image now bears the timestamp of 7:18 and 20 seconds. It shows the same legislators. Here you can see Representative Weber has stood up, she's wearing the red suit, and she walks towards the aisleway. The third image bears the timestamp of 7:18 and 22 seconds. It shows Representative Weber exiting the House floor chambers, walking towards the lobby. The fourth image takes us 32 seconds ahead. It shows Representative Weber returning from the lobby area onto the floor chambers, onto the House floor chambers. The fifth image advances seconds, I think about 7 seconds, and it shows Representative Weber pointing towards the southeastern desk area. She is followed by 3 women. It's hard to make out from this image, but beside her stands the woman that we now have learned is Rebecca Bextel. The second woman is the woman who we believe to be Rita Benson LeBlanc, and the third woman who we believe to be Dawn Marquette. The sixth image advances 5 seconds. It shows Ms. Bextel has made her way behind the desk of the first row in the chamber, and she holds a small item. She reaches out her hand and extends it towards Representative Webb. The seventh image shows Ms. Bextel has turned and reaches out her hand towards Representative Brady. The eighth image advances 8 seconds and shows that Representative McCann has moved towards the aisleway. Ms. Bextel extends her hand over the desk and hands Representative McCann an item. Representative Thayer, wearing the orange jacket, and Representative Davis walk out towards the exit of the aisleway. The ninth image has advanced 1 minute and 34 seconds. Representative Weber has now moved towards the back of the chamber. She points towards the northwest corner of the House floor. Ms. Bextel is beside her and holds an item in her hands. Ms. LeBlanc and Ms. Marquette follow. The 10th and last image from this video advances 5 seconds, and it shows Ms. Bextel walking near the glass divider at the back of the chamber with something in her hand. I'll now show the video. You've reviewed the still images, so I'll play this 3-minute video. It includes no audio, and I'll try to narrate as we go through. Here, we see Representative Weber gets up, looks at something in her hand, and she exits the House floor. She returns with 3 women following her. She points towards the back of the chamber. Ms. Bextel approaches. She hands Representative Reb an item. She turns and hands Representative Brady an item. She hands Representative McCann an item. We see Representative Thayer leaving and Representative Davis leaving. The legislators and the women face each other and appear to be speaking. Ms. Bextel and the 2 women appear to be waving goodbye as they move towards the back of the chamber through the aisleway. Ms. Bextel has something in her hands as she sorts through items. Representative Weber points her towards the back of the chamber. Ms. Bextel heads back and exits the visible part of the frame. Ms. LeBlanc follows her. The next recording was taken on February 9th, also at approximately 5:20 p.m. following the House's adjournment. This camera is positioned high at the back of the House chamber towards the dais and the east windows. In these frames, you will see the back of the legislators' chairs, their desks, and the dais. The individuals visible in these images are the same legislators who had not yet left the floor after adjournment, members of staff, and you can also see from this angle Representative Provenza sitting at her desk. I'm going to show you 5 still images and then approximately 2 minutes of video. This first image, Exhibit I 1.1, shows Representative Weber in the aisleway pointing east. Ms. Bextel stands beside her. Ms. LeBlanc wears a cowboy hat standing behind Ms. Bextel. Representative Larson sits at his desk. Representatives Brady, McCann, Smid, and Webb stand in a group near their desks. Representative Davis and Representative Thayer face each other, and Representative Provenza. The second image bears the timestamp of 7:19 and 7 seconds It shows Ms. Bextel handing an item to Representative Webb. The third image shows Ms. Bextel handing an item to Representative Brady. The fourth image shows Ms. Bextel handing an item to Representative McCann. Representative Provenza has stood up and she has something in her hands. Representative Thayer and Representative Davis exit the building or exit the aisleway. The fifth image advances 29 seconds and bears the timestamp of 7:19 and 49 seconds. It shows Ms. Bextel looking at an item in her hand. I'll now show you the video. We see Representative Weber, we see Ms. LeBlanc, we see Ms. Bextel. She's handed a check or an item. She's handed another item. Then the individuals speak with each other. I'll now continue the video. We briefly see Representative Singh walk in front of the dais, briefly looking towards the group. Representative Weber exits the frame. Ms. Bextel and Ms. LeBlanc exit the frame. This final video in camera were also recorded on February 9th at approximately 5:20 p.m. following the House's adjournment. The camera is positioned high at the front of the House chamber, pointed toward the northwest corner of the House. In these frames, you'll see the legislators' desks, the glass divider that's at the back of the chamber, and the doorway between the House and the lobby. I'm going to show you just 3 still images and approximately 2 minutes of video. This first image is at the back of the chamber where a group of 4 individuals stand facing each other. We've since learned that who 3 of those individuals are. This is Representative Knapp, Representative Tarver, and Representative Heiner. The second image advances 1 minute and 4 seconds. It shows Ms. Bextel has entered the frame. She walks in front of the glass divider and holds an item in her right hand. The third image is hard to make out, but it shows Ms. Bextel reaching her hand towards Representative Knapp, standing between 2 legislators. So having reviewed these images, I'll show you the video segment from which those were taken. This clip is approximately 2 minutes and it has no audio.
If you're just tuning in, we are watching the live committee investigating so-called Checkgate on the House floor. If you missed it, the purpose of the
The first
committee.
minute of the video shows the group of 4
I'll go
individuals
ahead and.
at the northwest corner of the chamber.
The purpose of the committee is really only twofold. Was
Those
Rebecca
individuals are
invited on
difficult
the
to make
floor,
out,
and did she hand out
so
checks
we are
on the floor?
displaying
Obviously, I
a
think
longer
all of
portion
us
of the
know
video
that the
here
answer to both of those things
so that
is
you may
yes. Now, the
identify
question is whether
bodies,
there's been
frames,
ethics violations or a violation of the law. There doesn't appear to be a
attempt to
violation of
identify
the
the
law.
individuals in the frame.
Really bad optics, yes. Bad decisions made, yes, absolutely. Will be interesting to see what the committee actually comes up with. They're actually planning on going for 4 hours till 8 o'clock tonight. I probably won't live stream it all, but we will keep going, and I'll keep it. I'm actually sitting here at my desk working, so we'll keep the live stream going, and we'll see what the committee does. If you have any comments or thoughts on this issue, please feel free to post in the comments below on Facebook, X, Rumble, whatever, and I will get back to you guys. Thanks so much. I'll turn that audio back on now.
You can see the position of my red pointer on the screen. This is where Miss Bextel will walk in holding something in her hand, reach towards Representative Knapp and greet him. Ms. LeBlanc follows. It appears introductions are made. And the two women exit the House chamber towards the lobby. This concludes the security footage videos of the House floor related to the matters under consideration.
Thank you. Have any of these videos or photographic evidence been altered in any way since they came into possession of the Legislative Service Office?
Mr. Chairman, we have trimmed the length of the videos for purposes of the PowerPoint presentation, and the stills were captured by myself, so they have not been altered.
Committee, any questions? Thank you very much. All right, we'll move now to Representative Thayer. You stand and raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly swear or affirm,
I swear or affirm,
under the penalty of perjury,
under the penalty of perjury,
that the testimony I am about to give in this matter
that the testimony I am about to give in this
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please be seated. Mr. Obert.
Representatives Thayer, I'm going to read you the committee's witness advisement. The testimony you're about to give will be included in the committee's investigation into whether a member of the public was invited to the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives and that person handed out checks to members of the House. The information you provide is not confidential and could be used in future legislative, executive, or judicial branch proceedings. You have the right to appear before this body with legal counsel. You also have the right to assert any privilege against answering a question recognized by the United States Constitution or the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. You are not being compelled to testify in this matter. You are not being offered any immunity for your testimony. Representative Thayer, do you understand this advisement?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Representative Forrester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please state your name and House District for the committee.
Representative Pam Thayer, House District 15.
Thank you. Were you on the floor of the the Wyoming House of Representatives on the evening of February 9th, 2026 at approximately 5:20 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
Did you notice anyone come onto the floor at about approximately 5:20 p.m. on that evening?
I did not.
Did you hear any conversation between the people around you at approximately that time on February 9th, 2026?
I did not.
I think that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Committee, any questions for this witness? Seeing none. Representative Thayer, at this time, you may provide us with a statement lasting no longer than 2 minutes regarding this matter, if you have anything further to add that has not already been discussed.
I have nothing to add at this time.
Thank you very much. You're dismissed. Takes us now to Representative Storer. Please stand, raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Liz Storer,
Do solemnly swear or affirm,
do solemnly swear or affirm,
under the penalty of perjury,
under the penalty of perjury,
that the testimony I am about to give in this matter
that the testimony I'm about to give in this matter
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Ober, you may be seated.
Representative Storer, I will now provide you with the committee's witness advisement. The testimony you're about to give will be included in the committee's investigation into whether a member of the public was invited to the floor of the Wyoming House and that person handed out checks to members of the House. The information you provide is not confidential and could be used in future legislative, executive, or judicial branch proceedings. You have the right to appear before this body with legal counsel. You also have the right to assert any privilege against answering a question recognized by the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. You are not being compelled to testify in this matter. You are not being offered any immunity for your testimony. Representative Storer, do you understand this advisement?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Representative Tarver.
Representative, would you please say your name and your House district?
My name is Liz Storer, and I represent House District 23.
Were you on the floor of the House on February 9th, 2026 at approximately 5:20?
Yes, I was.
Did you notice anyone come onto the floor around that time?
Yes, I did.
Could you identify them?
Thank you. Yes, I recognized Rebecca Bextel as one of the 4 members who came onto the floor, she was escorted by Representative Nina Weber. It was the second time that I'd seen Rebecca Bextel on the floor of the House that day.
Did she have anyone with her?
Yeah, she had 2 other women with her that I did not recognize.
Okay, thank you. Did you see her do anything?
I saw her come down the aisle next to Representative Larson's desk, past our desk. We were both sitting at our desk, and then hand something to at least one of the. I witnessed at least one of the her handing something to. I think it was Representative McCann.
Have you since learned what was handed out on the floor?
I have.
You already answered. Could you hear anything said by Ms. Bextel about the checks?
No, I could not.
Did you hear anything from the recipients of what was handed out?
Not that I recall, though I did hear Mr. McCann say thank you in the video we all just saw.
Could you tell us what Ms. Bextel's general demeanor was at the time?
I would agree that there were some smiles and people were reasonably happy.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Representative Tarver. Committee, any questions? Representative Lawley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Storr, you mentioned in reference in your testimony that this was the second time you had seen Ms. Bextel on the House floor that day. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, happy to do so.
Representative, before you answer that, only answer if it is germane to the actions of this committee. If it's not, we'll disregard the question.
Thank you. I'm happy to answer it. It was during the noon recess, and I was at the front of the House near Chief Clerk Talbot, and I did look out on the floor, and I saw Ms. Bextel putting orchids out on people's desks at that time. It was noticeable because I did not see an escort with her at that moment. They may have been close by, but, and she had probably put 7 or 8 orchids out, and she had one more in her hand. She was trying to figure out where to put that.
Thank you.
Anything further, Representative Forster?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did you have a conversation with Representative Provenza that night?
Representative Storr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I did. After the fact, after Ms. Bextel and her other guests left the floor, at some point, Representative Provenza did show me the photo that she'd taken and her understanding that she believed it to be checks that were being handed out. From where I sat, when I saw something being handed, I could not see that it was checks. I just thought it was maybe a thank you note or something. So I was surprised at that.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Storr, are you familiar with Joint Rule 22-1, which is the formal procedures for complaints within the legislature?
Representative Storr.
Follow up. Representative Storr, did you discuss with Representative Provenza at any time after this event about Joint Rule 22-1 and how this should be brought to the attention of leadership?
Representative.
Thank you, sir. Not that I recall.
Any further questions? All right, at this time, Representative Storr, you'll be allowed 2 minutes to state anything that you think is germane, in particular to this investigation that you've not previously described. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just say that to me, it was somewhat remarkable to have Ms. Bextel come on the floor and take the action that she did, given that there appeared to be other opportunities to provide those checks to members of the House of Representatives. There was a GOP dinner that was being held in the extension about 10 minutes later. And so I was kind of surprised when I heard that it was a check, especially that she took the action that she did to come on the floor. And then I think it also raised the question of the purpose and the timing, not just the place, but the timing of those actions. She also hosted through her organization, Eyes on Wyoming, an event the following evening on February 10th at Little America that I did attend. And both she, in particular, she was advocating for the passage of House Bill 141, as was Mr. Kelly Lockhart, amongst some mention of some other bills. But it was clear that she was lobbying members of the House and Senate to pass those bills.
And that took place at the event on the 10th. Is that correct? That's your testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Representative Davis. Stand and raise your hand. Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Bob Davis,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly, yeah, that one, and or affirm,
solemnly swear or affirm
solemnly swear or affirm,
under the penalty of perjury
under the penalty of perjury,
that the testimony I'm about to give
that the testimony I'm about to give
in this matter
in this matter
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You may be seated, Mr. Obrecht.
Representative Davis, I will now provide you with the committee's witness advisement. The testimony you're about to give will be included in the committee's investigation into whether a member of the public was invited to the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives and that person handed out checks to members of the House. The information you provide is not confidential and could be used in future legislative, executive, or judicial branch proceedings. You have the right to appear before this body with legal counsel. You also have the right to assert any privilege against answering a question recognized by the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. You are not being compelled to testify in this matter. You are not being offered any immunity for your testimony. Representative Davis, do you understand this advisement?
Yes, sir, I do.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you please state your name and district for the committee?
Yes, ma'am. Bob Davis, House District 47.
Representative Davis, were you on the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives on the evening of February 9th at approximately 5:20 p.m.?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I was.
Did you notice anyone come onto the floor around 5:20 p.m. on that evening?
Mr. Chairman, ma'am, no, I did not notice.
Mr. Representative Davis, did you hear anything around you going on at that time on the floor?
Mr. Chair, ma'am, no, I didn't.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, any questions for this witness? Representative Davis, we can give you 2 minutes if you have anything you'd like to add that hasn't already been discussed that's pertinent and specific to this issue under investigation today.
I have nothing to add at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Davis. You're dismissed.
Thank you.
Representative Larson. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony I'm about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You may be seated, Mr. Obrecht.
Representative Larson, I will now provide you with the committee's witness advisement. The testimony you are about to give will be included in the committee's investigation into whether a member of the public was invited to the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives and that person handed out checks to members of the House. The information you provide is not confidential and could be used in future legislative, executive, or judicial branch proceedings. You have the right to appear before this body with legal counsel. You also have the right to assert any privilege against answering a question recognized by the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. You are not being compelled to testify in this matter. You are not being offered any immunity for your testimony. Representative Larson, do you understand this advisement?
I do.
Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Representative Larson. Could you state your name and House District for the record, please?
Mr. Chairman, Lloyd Larson, representing House District 54.
Thank you, Representative. You've seen the videos. Were you on the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives on February 9th at approximately 5:20 p.m.?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, yes, I was.
Thank you. Do you recall the events of individuals coming onto the floor that evening?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, yes, I do.
Did you see what member of the House, if any, invited those individuals onto the floor?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, I didn't see any invitation. I'd just seen them accompanied by Representative Weber as they went up to the front of the House chamber.
Okay, thank you. Do you know the other individuals? Do you know any of these individuals that were with Representative Weber?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, I recognized Rebecca Bechtel from previous lobbying efforts in previous years. Do not know her personally, but just know who she is.
Representative, did you recognize the other two?
I did not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Representative, did you see Ms. Bechtel handing anything out on the chamber floor that evening?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, no.
Did you hear anything of the conversations that may have happened in the front with Ms. Bechtel?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, no.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Heiner. Committee, any questions for this witness? Seeing none, Representative Larson, we'll give you a 2-minute opportunity if there's more that you'd like to add that's specific to this investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the only thing that I would add is after everyone had left, I went up to speak to the clerk of the House. And upon returning to my seat, Representative Provenza pulled me aside and says, I think I have pictures of individuals handing out checks. She showed me the picture of the same pictures you saw as evidence. And that was, she evidently thought that was important, but that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Did you give her any advice or counsel at that time?
I did not, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You are excused.
Thank you.
I'll take us to Representative Singh. Stand and raise your right hand. State after me. I state your name.
I, Daniel Singh.
Do solemnly swear or affirm.
Do solemnly swear.
Or affirm. Under the penalty of perjury.
Under the penalty of perjury.
That the testimony I am about to give in this matter.
That the testimony I am about to give in this matter.
Is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You may be seated, Mr. Obrecht.
Representative Singh, I will now provide you with the committee's witness advisement. The testimony you're about to give will be included in the committee's investigation into whether a member of the public was invited to the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives and that person handed out checks to members of the House. The information you provide is not confidential and could be used in future legislative, executive, or judicial branch proceedings. You have the right to appear before this body with legal counsel. You also have the right to assert any privilege against answering a question recognized by the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. You are not being compelled to testify in this matter. You are not being offered any immunity for your testimony. Representative Singh, do you understand this advisement?
Representative Posey.
Could you please state your name and House District for the committee?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Posey, my name is Daniel Singh, and I represent House District 61.
Were you on the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives on February 9th, 2026 at approximately 5:20?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Posey, I believe so. I was coming out from the printing room.
Did you notice anyone come onto the floor around 5:20 on that evening?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Posey, no.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Did you hear any conversation between members on the floor while you were there?
Mr. Chairman, I did not hear any conversation about any particular bills or anything like that.
Thank you. Committee, any questions for this witness? All right, Representative, you'll have 2 minutes if you wish to add anything that we haven't asked you about that's specific to this case. You are excused. That takes us to Representative Schmidt. Raise your right hand, repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Mike Schmidt,
Do solemnly swear or affirm,
do solemnly swear or affirm,
under the penalty of perjury,
under the penalty of perjury,
that the testimony I am about to give in this matter
that the testimony that I'm about to give in this matter
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You may be seated, Mr. Obrecht.
Representative Schmidt, I will now provide you with the committee's witness advisement. The testimony you're about to give will be included in the committee's investigation into whether a member of the public was invited to the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives and that person handed out checks to members of the House. The information you provide is not confidential and could be used in future legislative, executive, or judicial branch proceedings. You have the right to appear before this body with legal counsel. You also have the right to assert any privilege against answering a question recognized by the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the state of Wyoming. You are not being compelled to testify in this matter. You are not being offered any immunity for your testimony. Representative Schmidt, do you understand this advisement?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Representative Hornstra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Schmidt, please state your name and the House district for the committee.
My name is Mike Schmidt, and I'm from represent House District 20.
Representative, were you on the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives on the evening of February 9th at approximately 5:20 p.m.?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Forsum, yes, I was.
Did you notice anyone come onto the floor around 5:20 on the evening of February 9th?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Forsum, I did.
Did you know the people who came onto the floor that evening?
I recognized what I thought was my niece coming on the floor at the time.
And your niece's name?
Dawn Marquardt.
Okay. Was she the only person you recognized coming onto the floor that evening?
Well, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see anything handed out on the floor?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Forsum, no, I didn't.
Have you since learned who the other people were that came onto the floor that evening?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Forsum, yes, I have.
Okay. Do you know who brought them onto the floor that evening?
Representative, or Chairman, and Representative Forsum, yes, I've learned that since.
Did you observe the general demeanor of the people who came onto the floor?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Forsum, I really didn't. I was focused on my niece.
Okay. Did you have contact or conversation with your niece that night?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Forsum, very little. It was busy.
Okay. Did you hear any conversation amongst the others that came onto the floor that night, or from any representatives that they were speaking with?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Forsum, I did not.
Okay, thank you, Representative Schmidt. That's all I
Committee, any questions? Representative Lawley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Schmidt, is there anything that you saw, heard, or reflected on from that night that didn't fit really with any questions that we asked, but you think that we might need to know?
Representative?
Chairman, Representative Lawley, I really don't.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Schmidt, did you speak to your niece when she came on the floor that night?
Mr. Chairman, I attempted to, but like I say, it was busy there. People were around. I was trying to get ready to leave, so I didn't have a real conversation with her.
All right, we're going to give you 2 minutes. If there's anything that we haven't asked you about that you feel is important, that's specific to this case, this will be the moment. You have 2 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything else to add.
Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Takes us to Representative Weber. Raise your right hand. State after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony I am about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You may be seated, Mr. Ober.
Representative Weber, I will now provide you with the committee's witness advisement. The testimony you are about to give will be included in the committee's investigation into whether a member of the public was invited to the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives and that person handed out checks to members of the House. The information you provide is not confidential and could be used in future legislative, executive, or judicial branch proceedings. You have the right to appear before this body with legal counsel. You also have the right to assert any privilege against answering a question recognized by the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. You are not being compelled to testify in this matter. You are not being offered any immunity for your testimony. Representative Weber, do you understand this advisement?
Representative Tarbers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please state your name and House District for the committee, please.
My name is Nina Weber, and I represent House District 24.
Were you on the floor of the House of Representatives at approximately 5:20 on February 9th, 2026?
Yes.
Did someone contact you requesting that you escort them onto the floor?
I don't recall that.
So, just curious, how did you know the person that you brought on wanted to come on the floor?
I heard her in the hallway laughing,
Thank
and
you.
I went out there.
And who was that person?
That was Rebecca Bextel.
Did she bring anyone else with her?
She brought a friend with her, yes.
And can you name who they are?
Two friends, Don Marquardt and a new friend that I hadn't met before.
Okay. Did she tell you why she wanted to come on the floor?
No, just to say hi to everybody.
Did you know about the checks?
No.
Did you point her out to Representatives Webb, Brady, and McCann?
Please rephrase that.
Did you point Ms. Bextel in the direction of Webb, Brady, and McCann?
I don't recall doing that.
Okay. Did Ms. Bextel mention any events she was hosting for the legislators during the interactions or with representatives on the floor?
Please restate that. Did she say, please restate the question?
Did she mention any events that she might be hosting for legislators during that interaction when she was on the floor?
I think yes, there was a dinner she was hosting the next night.
Did Ms. Bextel ask you for support for any other matter pending before this House?
No.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? Representative Lawley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Weber, from the video we saw, you kind of looked at your phone as you got up and then exited towards the back to escort Ms. Bextel onto the floor. Did you receive a text from Ms. Bextel telling her she was there?
I don't recall that.
Have you reviewed your text messages to see that happened?
Some.
Okay. Did you bring any documents with you about text messages you might have had that day with Ms. Bextel?
I did not.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Now.
Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Representative Weber, for being here. After meeting with, or after the events that transpired towards the front of the chamber with these representatives, you went towards the back of the chamber to where Representative Knapp was. Was there a purpose that you knew about going to visit with Representative Knapp?
No.
Okay.
My purpose was about the legislative session that was going on.
Okay. We heard testimony that Ms. Bextel was on the floor during lunchtime. Did you escort her during that time? Do you know anything about that?
No.
Could you check your phone now and see if you have any text messages from that night?
I do not.
And do you have any recollection of deleting any text messages that you may have received that night?
I do not.
Representative Forsstrom?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I know we kind of covered this already, but I would like to ask again. It appeared that the motion was directly to the corner where the three previously stated representatives were standing. Was it asked of you to lead her directly to them, or just a general bringing her on the floor?
Representative Weber?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Forsstrom. When I heard her laugh, I walked over and they were her, and I met her new friend, and I know Dawn, and they were talking about whatever they were talking about. And they said that, hey, we want to go say hi. And I said, okay, come on. So I was talking with Dawn Marquardt, and I mostly talked to her the whole time.
Representative Lawley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Weber, the video shows you walking and then pointing towards the front of the room where several people were gathered, including some of the folks that received something from Ms. Bextel. What was the purpose of your pointing? Had she asked you to look, she had certain people she wanted to talk to?
Representative Weber?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Lawley. When Dawn Marquardt was on, I had made the gesture because her uncle was sitting in that direction.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Weber, when you walked to the back of the room, you made a similar gesture to the corner where we know from the video that Representative Knapp was. Were you directing someone to him in particular?
Representative Weber?
No. Mr. Chairman, Representative Lawley, no.
Representative Conlon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, did you have any idea that when these folks came on the floor, that their intent was to hand out checks?
Representative Weber.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, no.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Weber, when you observed that happening, did you interact in any way to say maybe this isn't a good place to do that, or, maybe we could do that later? Did you interact in any way with regard to that when you observed it?
Representative Weber.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lawley, I didn't even observe it. The first I knew that anything was handed to anybody was when I saw it 2 days later in the media.
Further questions? All right, Representative Weber, we'll give you 2 minutes if you'd like to make a statement specific to the facts under investigation. You don't have to, but if you wish, you may have 2 minutes at this time.
Thank you. I would like to make a statement. I'm disappointed in our colleagues for not bringing this up to leadership before it hit the press. I voted for this investigative committee, and we all want the truth and the facts. The House of Representatives is here for 20 days. Our #1 objective is to pass the state budget. Thank you all for your time and effort on this committee, and we look forward to the results.
Thank you. You are excused. I believe that takes us to Don Marquardt. Please raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony I am about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You may be seated, Mr. Obrecht.
Ms. Marquardt, I will now provide you with the committee's witness advisement. The testimony you're about to give will be included in the committee's investigation into whether a member of the public was invited to the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives and that person handed out checks to members of the House. The information you provide is not confidential and could be used in future legislative, executive, or judicial branch proceedings. You have the right to appear before this body with legal counsel. You also have the right to assert any privilege against answering a question recognized by the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. You are not being compelled to testify in this matter. You are not being offered any immunity for your testimony. Ms. Marquardt, do you understand this advisement?
Yes, I do.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Marquardt, did I get that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you please state your full name and address for the committee?
Chairman Don Marquardt. You want where I live too? Is that what you want? Or just?
Yes, your home address.
Oh, LaBarge, Wyoming.
Ms. Marquardt, what is your connection with the Wyoming State Legislature?
I'm Representative Schmidt's niece.
Did you visit the House of Representatives at the Wyoming State Capitol the evening of February 9th?
And Chairman Washut, Representative Lawley, yes.
Approximately what time did you arrive at the Capitol?
Evidently about 5:20. Or I was there actually all day.
Oh, you had been there all day?
Yes.
What had you been doing that day?
I'd been observing what was going on in the legislature all day.
What was your understanding of your visit to the House that evening at around 5:20 p.m.?
Chairman, I was going down to meet with Mike to see if he was going to go to the Republic Review meeting in the extension.
So did you arrive with Ms. Bextel, or was it kind of an accident? You kind of arrived at the same time, or did you come with her?
Chairman, Representative, I kind of like met up with her down there on the floor. or
Okay,
in the area before you went on the floor.
okay. Did you have any understanding of why Ms. Bextel was there?
Not really.
Did you know Rita?
Chairman, I just met her,
Okay.
just outside the floor.
You met her that evening outside the floor, okay? So your only purpose in coming was to visit your uncle, to get there. Is that correct?
Chairman, Representative Lawley, that's correct.
So let's talk a little bit about what you observed while you were there. Can you tell me what you observed as you came in?
Chairman, Representative Lawley, I kind of was like looking around and was kind of excited to see the floor because I had never been down there before. And I came down, like I said, to talk to Mike for a few minutes to see what he was doing afterwards, if he was going to go to that meeting or not.
Did you accompany Ms. Bextel as she went and talked to some other representatives in front, right in front of where?
Well, I might have, according to the video, but I think I was more focused on talking to Mike than I was on what was going on.
Okay. Did you hear anything about the conversations that were going on where Ms. Bextel was and with other
Chairman,
representatives?
Representative Lawley, no. I think at the time I was talking to Representative Weber
Okay, what were you?
also.
What were you in?
I see a bunch of you just
I
joined
just
us. We
talking about
are
the days
watching
events and
what will be
what I
maybe up
thought
to a
about what had
4-hour
happened that
committee
day.
meeting this evening, all the way till 8 o'clock. The Wyoming House
So did you observe
Special
Ms.
Investigative
Bextel
Committee
hand
for
checks to anyone?
Checkgate. Feel free to put your comments on the video threads if you
Chairman,
want.
Representative
Not sure
Lawley,
if we're
I
going to
don't
cover
think
the
that I
whole
was
4
really
hours
paying
because I do have
attention to
another
what other
engagement
people were
at
doing at the
6:30.
time. I was
But
more
we'll keep
focused on
rolling and
trying
kind of
to
see where this
talk to
committee
Mike.
ends up, at least up until that point.
Did
I'm
you
going to
have
step
any
away for a quick
conversations
minute,
with Ms.
but we're
Bextel
going to
either
keep this thing
before you
going.
entered the floor or after about why she was bringing checks to the floor and why they needed to be handed out at that time?
Representative Washut, Chairman Washut, Representative Lawley. Actually, when I was talking to her out in the hallway, she wanted me to entertain Rita for a little bit afterwards because she had a meeting online that she had to do, and so she asked me to escort her to that Republic Review meeting.
And then did you attend that GOP dinner?
Chairman Washut, Representative Lawley, I did.
Did you also attend the event the next evening that was hosted by Ms. Bextel?
Chairman Washut, Representative Lawley, yes, I did, but I didn't spend time in the room while that was going on. I was out in the hallway with David Iverson.
Okay. With your conversations with Mr. Iverson have anything to do with what we're looking at here?
Chairman Washut, Representative Lawley, no, they did not.
I think that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other on committee? Any questions? Just a couple of points of clarification. A couple times you answered saying, I think. I'm just going to ask you to clarify, what was your actual understanding, not what you think about, but you know what I'm saying? That it sounds like not answering forthrightly.
Which questions are you talking about?
So you had a conversation with your uncle?
Correct.
And what did you discuss?
I asked him if he was going to the Republic Review meeting.
Okay. Did you observe anything being distributed by Ms. Bextel?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you hear any conversation between Ms. Bextel and any legislators on the floor of the House?
No, I did not.
Okay. Representative Forster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a really quick follow-up. Once again, you've answered this a couple times, but I want to be perfectly clear. Before entering the House floor that night, you've stated not really, and then you said you talked about escorting the third person to the event later in the extension. Is it your testimony that that's all you talked about prior to entering the floor?
Chairman Washit, Representative Formstrom, yes.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, just to try to understand the day a little bit, were you alone in your watching of the legislators, whether Senate, House? I don't, could you give me a little, were you by yourself or were you with other people as you spent your day there at the legislature?
Chairman Washit, Representative Lawley, I was with other people, but let me see who was all there. I can't remember who all was sitting around me, but there was other people that I had known and I had talked to throughout the day.
Okay. Were you with Ms. Bextel or?
No, not during the day. I don't believe I seen her till that evening.
Okay. Or Tina, who you had just met, I think is what you said.
Rita.
Rita, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
President Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick question. So when you were all out there gathered in the lobby, waiting to be escorted in, did you notice that Ms. Bextel had things in her hand and was holding on to items?
Chairman Washit, Representative Conley, no, I did not.
Ms. Marquardt, when you went to that Republican event that evening in the extension of the Capitol, were any of the representatives who you saw moments before or shortly before on the floor of the House also at that GOP event?
Chairman Washit, yes, Nina Weber was there. I believe that, well, I seen Senator Steinmetz. I sat by her. Representative Schmidt, I didn't see him. He must have came later after I left because I walked out of the room and I went and sat out on them couches in the extension area with Rita for a while.
Was Representative McCann there?
I don't know if he was there or not.
Was Representative Brady there?
I don't believe so.
Was Representative Webb there?
I don't believe so. But like I said, I was in the room for a while. I ate, listened to the thing, and then I went out in the area where the couches were and sat there and talked to Rita for a while.
Okay. During that conversation with Rita, did you talk about checks being passed?
No, I did not.
Okay. Committee, anything further? All right, at this time, you'll be allowed 2 minutes if you wish to make a statement specific to the matters under investigation here. You don't have to, but if you wish to give a statement, we'll allow you 2 minutes at this time.
I don't have anything further to say. Thank you.
Thank you. You'll be excused.
Oh, look at that. The meeting will resume in, 3 minutes. Guess they're taking a little break. I'm back. I'm thinking I might actually go for a run on the treadmill while we're listening to more of this, just to get a little exercise today while we're listening. If you guys have any comments on what you've seen so far, feel free to leave them below. Yeah, maybe we'll play a little tune till they get back, huh? Let's see. How about a little Boots on the Breakfast Table till they get back? I mean, technically the video's already proved the purpose of this committee. It has two purposes. One, was the member of the public invited to the floor, and did the member hand out checks? I think we've already answered that, but I guess we'll see what happens, huh, guys? We'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. Looks like.
Kids stuck on jeans, chasing their lunches, arguing over who feeds what. Y'all grab them buckets, daylight's burning, granddad laughs, this place is all we've got. This is a ranch life rhythm, hear that gravel choir, old truck coughing prayers through a barbed wire fight. Boots on the breakfast table, dust laid bare. Morning breaks hard, but the face still there. Hands up high, hearts in the hay. We pull our weight, we earn our way. Long days, early mornings, right or wrong. Gritting our bones where the good Lord's strong. We're right where we're meant to be. Yeah, that boots on the table life fits us perfectly. Fence line leaning, post hole digging, rust red dirt in every crease. Little girl riding on a feed sack wagon, waving at the heifers like a Saturday parade down Main Street.
Sunday clothes hanging by the back door, Bible marked with names and years. We bow our heads neath the wide sky steeple, praying over rain and over brand new steers.
This is ranch life rhythm, hear that gravel choir, old truck coughing prayers through a barbed wire fire. Boots on the breakfast table, dust laid bare. Morning breaks hard, but the face still there. Hands up high, hearts in the hay. We pull our weight, we earn our way. Long days, early mornings, right or wrong. Gritting our bones where the good Lord's strong. We're right where we're meant to be.
Lightning bugs float by their hand gears, upper plate scraping, boy, you're late. We pass the beans, we pass the tails of busted knuckles and wind whip trails.
We laugh so hard that the chair legs dance, thanking heaven for another chance to rise with the rooster right through the dawn. As long as these old hills keep holding on. This is ranch life. This is ranch life. This is ranch life. This is ranch life.
Well, they should be back any minute. I'll just keep playing some tunes. Of course, if you guys want to chat, feel free to go ahead and comment on any of the live streams, and we can chat. Love to know what you think about this issue since you're watching. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a nice Thursday evening. I'm going to fire up another song here, and I'm sure they'll be back soon. I'm sure the session will be coming back soon. Looks like they're taking a little bit longer break. They haven't quite come back yet. Sounds like they're back. We'll go ahead and go back to the stream of the committee here and get that volume back up. All right, we should be good to go. Guess they haven't quite started yet. Trying to see. Maybe they're waiting for a committee member or something to get started. There we go. Looks like people are coming in right now.
Representative Webb, please raise your right hand. State after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony I'm about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
There we go. Got that volume up for you guys.
You may be seated, Mr. Ober.
Representative Webb, I will now provide you with the committee's witness advisement. The testimony you're about to give will be included in the committee's investigation into whether a member of the public was invited to the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives and that person handed out checks to members of the House. The information you provide is not confidential and could be used in future legislative, executive, or judicial branch proceedings. You have the right to appear before this body with legal counsel. You also have the right to assert any privilege against answering a question recognized by the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. You are not being compelled to testify in this matter. You are not being offered any immunity for your testimony. Representative Webb, do you understand this advisement?
Mr. Obrick, are there any exhibits?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, Representative Webb submitted a number of exhibits to the committee.
Can you walk us through those?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Revelay can walk you through those.
Whichever, yeah. We're not able to hear you, I don't think.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Please.
I believe I'm able to be heard now. I have up for you the text messages that Representative Webb has submitted as exhibits between himself and Ms. Bextel. Would you like me to walk through the messages?
Please.
This message is taken from Representative Webb's phone, appears to be taken from Representative Webb's phone. He receives a message on Thursday, January 22nd. Says, I've been fundraising. What does this check need to be made out? What does this check need to be made out for your house campaign? Where shall I mail the check? You've got a new $1,500. Supporter from Teton County. On Friday, January 23rd, are you going to have an opponent? Do you need a check? Please get back to me ASAP if you can. The message continues. Please get back to me ASAP if you can on who the check needs to be payable to. I'm trying to get this list of checks to the donor at 8:30. Shortly thereafter, but if you're not going to have someone running against you or don't need any money, just let me know. It looks like last year it was Joe Webb for Wyoming. If I don't hear back from you in an hour, I'll just circle back on the next round of checks from donors. Sorry for the rush. Representative Webb's message is in this green color at 8:52 a.m. No rush. I was out at meeting until 10 last night and then listening to the recalibration this morning. Joe Webb or Joe Webb for Wyoming is fine, thank you. The next message indicates the message was loved. Ms. Representative Webb submitted a picture or copy of his check. It is payable to the order of Joe Webb for Wyoming, dated January 20th, 2026, in the amount of $1,500. This is the back of the check. There are other submittals from Representative Webb. Those are the main ones that we discussed presenting. And
Thank
the
you.
remaining are online.
They're posted online. Thank you. We'll now go into the questioning Representative Webb by Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Webb, would you state your name and district for the record, please?
Joe Webb, House District 19.
Thank you. As we review what's happened and transpired during this evening, there were individuals that came onto the floor and came up to where you were standing on the floor. Did you recognize any of those individuals?
The only individual that I recognized was Mrs. Bextel.
You didn't, so Representative Webb, you did not recognize who was leading them onto the floor?
I did not.
And just to be clear, you did not know the other two individuals that came with Ms. Bextel?
I only knew that there was one other individual and not two.
Okay. Did Ms. Bextel hand you anything on the floor of the house on the night of February 9th?
Yes.
Could you tell us what that was?
It was a check that was folded in half. It was a piece of paper, I thought at first, folded in half. It turned out to be a check.
Did you know it was a check when she reached it out to you?
Not initially, no.
Do you have that check with you?
I do.
Could you show it to the committee? We have a copy in the materials that you submitted. I appreciate that, but could you show us the check? Thank you, Representative. Is there anything on the memo line for this check?
No.
Who is the check made out to?
Joe Webb for Wyoming,
Joe Webb for Wyoming. And what is the date?
January 20th, 2026.
And how much is the check made out for?
$1,500.
Who is the check from?
Donald P. Grasso.
Who signed the check?
I couldn't tell you. I can't read the writing.
Okay, thank you very much. Did Ms. Bextel say anything as she was giving you this check, this piece of paper that you later found out was a check?
No.
Did Ms. Bextel speak to you about any legislation at that time that she was on the floor?
No.
Did either of the other two individuals speak to you about legislation while they were on the floor?
No.
Did any of the other two individuals speak to you at all?
When Mrs. Bextel and the other woman, and I haven't heard her name today, but I can't even recall it now, Rita, I didn't know her name then, didn't know it until today. I asked if she was from Jackson also. And one of the two of them answered no.
Okay. So that was the first time that you've met that individual?
That is correct.
What about Miss Marquette?
I didn't see Donna at all.
Okay, all right, thank you. Is this the first time you'd met Miss Bextel?
No.
Could you tell us when other times you have met her?
In person, I met her at the beginning of the session before 2025. And I believe that was at Little America when her and David Iverson sat down at the same table that my wife and I were sitting at. But that evening, I did not know who Miss Bextel was.
Have you received any campaign contributions from or through Miss Bextel in the past?
I have.
Could you tell us when those were?
Yes. I received a $250 campaign contribution from her. And I also received, and I don't know if it came through her or just because of her. There was possibly two envelopes that I have received. One with her $250 campaign contribution, and I believe there was another contribution that came from her, but it was, it was mailed by her, but it was from somebody else.
Do you recall when those were?
I do not.
Okay. Were they recent or previous campaign?
Previous campaign for the 2024 campaign.
All right, thank you. Do you know Mr. Don Grasso?
I do not.
This check was from Mr. Don Grasso, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did Ms. Bextel tell you the check was from Don Grasso?
No.
Did Ms. Bextel reach out to you about this particular check before you received it on February 9th?
The only communication I had with Ms. Bextel is what you saw on that was presented here with the text message.
All right, thank you, Representative Webb. And referring to some of the text messages that you provided to this committee, appreciate those. One of them from Ms. Rebecca Bextel dated January 22nd. It says, "I've been volunteer fundraising, exclamation mark. What does this check need to be made out to for your House campaign? Where shall I mail the check? You've got a new $1,500 supporter from Teton County." With that statement, do you believe that it was to influence you in any way?
No.
What do you think the intent of that check was going to be?
Just what the text message says, that she was doing some campaign fundraising and that she had a new donor that wished to donate to my campaign.
And the following day, you got another text from her, according to this information you provided to us. It says, "Are you going to have an opponent? Do you need a check? Please get back to me ASAP, if you can, on who the check needs to be payable to. I'm trying to get this list of checks to the donor." Is that correct? Do you recall that?
That sounds exactly right.
All right, thank you. When she asked you who to make the check out to, what did you tell her?
Well, there was a series. That first initial check came on the 22nd, and I never answered it. The 23rd, I was listening to the recalibration, and my phone kept buzzing, and so I finally looked at it, and she asked about, that's when she says, "Get back with me ASAP." And I told her, or she said something to the effect of, last year it was made out to Joe Webb for Wyoming. And I told her that Joe Webb for Wyoming, or Joe Webb for Wyoming would be fine.
Did you provide her with an address to send the check?
No.
But she had sent you checks before in the mail, is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you expect a check here on February 9th when you saw her?
No.
Did you expect to receive a check during the session from her?
I did not know when I would receive a check.
Okay. Do you have any idea why she handed you a check rather than mailing it to you?
I do not.
Did Ms. Bextel ever ask you to consider legislation or support legislation that you're aware of?
The only time that she has ever asked me to support legislation wasn't to me personally. I'm going to answer that question that way. Not to me personally, no.
Representative Webb, one of the issues, context that we're discussing is HB 141 this year and Senate File 40 last year. That are very similar with the amendment that Senate File 40 received. Did you vote for Senate File 40 last year?
Yes.
Did you vote for HB 141 this year?
Yes.
So your vote did not change from year to year?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, any follow-up questions? Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Webb, back to a moment ago, you talked about you hadn't had any communications concerning legislation from Ms. Bextel personally. Could you expand on that? So was that through someone else that was a conduit to say, this is a message from her, or what do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is that she's never talked to me personally about a bill. The night of February 10th, there was the little thing that she hosted, A Little America, and she talked about supporting House Bill 141 at that time, but that was to the group in general, not to me personally.
So you did attend that event, the night of the 10th of February?
Yes.
Thank you. Just curious about the check. Why didn't you deposit it?
Well, I I'm here for the legislature. I'm not here to do banking and whatever. I'm here to serve the legislature.
Okay. Why did you not then return it to McSpextel?
I don't know why I didn't return it.
Okay, okay. So what I'm hearing, I think you say, is that you still have it in your possession because you haven't had time to do the banking.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. At some point on the floor, when the exchange took place, I think you testified that it was like a piece of paper. You didn't really know for sure what it was. At what point did you kind of understand it was a check?
It was probably shortly thereafter.
Did you fold it open?
No, I did not at that time.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Committee, any further? Representative Posey.
Good afternoon, Representative Webb. This is a very simple question, but have you announced your candidacy, or do you plan to announce your candidacy in the future here?
I have not announced a candidacy, and I have told people that that's the intention, but I have not said anything official or publicly.
Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Webb, I see in your things that you handed us, there's an email. It says Rebecca Bextol, Monday, 2/9, tomorrow night, Little America. Hello, I hope to see you all tomorrow. So do you remember getting that email that morning, or when did you receive that email?
Representative Webb.
Thank you. I actually opened that email this past Sunday as I was going through everything that I had received from Ms. Bextel over the years. And that was the first time that I had seen it. So I did not, it's timestamped that I received it, the email that came in, but I did not open it until Sunday, this past Sunday.
Thank you.
Representative Fronstrom.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Webb. Just in the documentation that you provided us, there's quite a bit of, it appears, email traffic and some other things pertaining to numerous low-income housing type things, maybe around the state, maybe specific to the legislation. How much previous conversation had you had regarding low-income housing and your thoughts on that, and maybe Ms. Bextel's thoughts on that?
Representative Webb.
Thank you. I have never discussed that with her personally. The only time I've even mentioned it at all was she had made a Facebook post concerning low-income housing or something, kind of inquiring as to, and this was a public post, it wasn't a private post, inquiring if there was housing authorities in which cities, and I texted her back privately and just said there was one in Evanston and Lyman.
Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Webb, conversations changed a little bit, moving towards this meeting on the next evening at Little America. And at that meeting, we heard previous testimony that Representative Storer was there. So if that meeting was truly to lobby legislators, why do you think Representative Storer was there? Do you think that she was being lobbied to vote for that bill?
Representative Webb.
I couldn't answer that question as to why why Representative Storer was there.
All right, thank you.
Representative, did you see one of the printed invitations to that event on February 10th?
No.
Okay. Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one more on your emails. So on February 12th, it looks like, Eyes on Wyoming. There's a little headline there that says the check heard around the, I'm assuming that means world. Deflecting is the key. View this and then whatever. So can you address that email?
Representative Webb.
Thank you. Yes, both of those emails that you have referred to do not come from Mrs. Bextel's personal email address. They come through what I call a chimp mail address. They're usually sent out to many, many people. And I never read that one until this, or well, I still haven't read it. Never saw it till Sunday, this past Sunday.
Representative, do you know that, did you know before February 9th that Ms. Bextel was a advocate for House Bill 141?
No.
Do you know if she was a registered lobbyist during this legislative session?
I do not know if she is or not.
Okay. Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You talked earlier about some checks you had received, I think at some point in the past, a $250 check from Ms. Bextel, and then 2 envelopes by mail that you received that you may have thought may have come through her or from her, you weren't sure. Do you recall that, talking about that?
Yes, I have to, just to clarify, I have, if my memory serves me correctly, I have received 2 envelopes from her address. One contained a $250 check. The second one could have contained a check or checks that she had rounded up.
So is it fair to say that in the past, when you've received money from Ms. Bextel, that has come through the mail? Is that correct? I mean,
that's correct.
It's mailed to you, okay. So what happened on the Capitol that evening of February 9th was an unusual way for you in relationship with her to receive a check?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Nothing further. Representative Webb, I will provide you with 2 minutes if you wish to make a statement. You do not have to, but if there's something specific to this matter under investigations you'd like to address in those 2 minutes, we'll provide them to you now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Article 3, Sections 42 and 43 of the Wyoming Constitution address bribery of a legislator. Never at any time has anyone offered me money, anything of value, or anything else to vote or not vote a certain way. Should that happen, I would report it to the proper authorities. Never at any time, whether in person or by any other means of communication, has Mrs. Bextel ever discussed, hinted, or even joked about offering money, anything of value, or anything else in exchange for me voting or not voting a certain way. Never at any time, whether in person or by any other means of communication, have I discussed, hinted, or even joked about receiving money, anything of value, or anything else from Mrs. Bextel, or anyone else in exchange for voting or not voting a certain way. I repeat, at no time has there ever been any communication, live, written, or electronic, between Mrs. Bextel and myself, or any other person about receiving anything at all for my votes or non-votes. The campaign contribution check that I received from Mrs. Bextel was from an account in the name of Donald P. Grasso, who I have never met or communicated with, for an amount of $1,500 made payable to Joe Webb for Wyoming and dated January 20th, 2026. Members of the committee, I am not a perfect individual, but the type of behavior I am accused of is simply just not how I operate. In closing, the fact that Mrs. Bextel handed me a campaign contribution check on the House floor in the open view of the public indicates there was no secretive intent or bribery in this action. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Webb. You're excused. Next, we call Representative Brady. Please stand and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Marlene Brady,
Do solemnly swear or affirm,
do solemnly swear or affirm,
under the penalty of perjury,
under the penalty of perjury,
that the testimony I am about to give in this matter
that the testimony I am about to give in this matter
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You may be seated. Mr. Obrecht.
Representative Brady, I will now provide you with the committee's witness advisement. The testimony you're about to give will be included in the committee's investigation into whether a member of the public was invited to the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives and that person handed out checks to members of the House. The information you provide is not confidential and could be used in future legislative, executive, or judicial branch proceedings. You have the right to appear before this body with legal counsel. You also have the right to assert any privilege against answering a question recognized by the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. You are not being compelled to testify in this matter. You are not being offered any immunity for your testimony. Representative Brady, do you understand this advisement?
I do, sir.
Representative Posey.
Could you please state your name and House district for the committee?
My name is Marlene Brady, House District 60.
Did you notice anyone come onto the floor around 5:50 p.m. on the evening of February 9th, 2026, and hand anything out?
Yes, I did.
Do you know who that person is and who handed out items on the floor on that same evening?
Yes, I did.
Did you see what member of the House, if any, invited Mrs. Bextel onto the floor?
I did not.
Was Mrs. Bextel with anyone else?
Well, I watched the video. It said the lady named Rita and Dawn, and I didn't even see Dawn.
Okay. Do you know who those two people were prior to this?
I don't recall. I mean, I know Dawn.
Did Rebecca Bextel hand you anything on the floor on that night of February 9th, 2026?
She did.
Were you expecting Miss Bextel to meet you on the floor that night?
I did not.
What was the check for?
It was a campaign contribution from a Mr. Don Grasso, hand-delivered.
Did you provide a copy of that check to the committee?
I did. You have a copy here.
Okay. Who was the check from?
The check from Don Grasso,
Okay.
campaign contribution,
Do you remember when it was dated?
January 20th, 2026,
How much was the check made out for?
$1,500.
Who was the check made out to?
Marlene Brady for House District 60, HD 60.
Do you know why Mrs. Bextel gave you the check?
No, I do not, other than deliver it.
What did she say when she handed you the check?
I do not recall.
Did you or Mrs. Bextel speak about any legislation or matter before the House, before this interaction?
We did not.
Did either of the two people with Ms. Bextel speak about any legislation or matter before the House in this interaction?
We did not, and as I said, I didn't even realize Dawn was there, so that's a no.
Did Ms. Bextel mention any events she was hosting the night of February 10th during your interactions with her on the floor?
No, she did not.
What is your connection to Ms. Bextel?
Someone I met along the way in the realm of conservatives.
Mhm. How long have you known Ms. Bextel?
I don't recall.
Have you received campaign contributions from or through Ms. Bextel in the past?
I don't recall. They're online with the Secretary of State's office.
Do you know Don Grasso?
No, I do not.
Did Ms. Bextel tell you the check was from Don Grasso?
I don't recall. You have my text messages.
Okay. Did Ms. Bextel reach out to you about this particular check before February 9th, 2026?
Yes, you have my text messages dated January 22nd, 2026.
Okay. What did she tell you about the check at that time? She delivered it to you.
I just said I don't recall.
Okay. Did she ask you for your address in those texts?
In the text she did, and I provided it.
Okay. If she had your address, why do you believe she didn't mail you the check?
I can't speak on her behalf.
Okay. Did Rebecca Bextel ever ask you to support or vote for or against any matter pending before the House?
She did not.
Did you have any communications with Ms. Bextel after the evening of February 9th about House Bill 141 or any other pending legislation?
I did not.
Okay. And just to be consistent here, have you announced your candidacy, or do you plan to do that in the future?
In the future, because it's not time yet.
Okay. Chairman?
Committee, any further question? Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Brady, did you deposit your check?
Chairman, Representative Lawley, I did not deposit my check. I retained it for the purposes of this hearing and my testimony. And I have no branch here anyway.
Is it your intention to deposit the check or to return the check?
That I will decide.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Chairman.
Been withdrawn.
One more.
Questions withdrawn. Further questions?
Did you attend the event Ms. Bextel hosted on February 10th at the?
I did.
Okay, all right. Did you visit with Ms. Bextel at that event concerning any legislation or that she was promoting?
I did not.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Brady, two of the tasks we have as a committee is to investigate whether a check was given out on the floor and whether that was illegal. So you've admitted that you received a check. Do you believe that there was anything illegal about receiving a campaign check on the floor?
Chairman, Representative Heiner, no.
Further questions? Representative Forster.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Brady. So you did provide us your text messages, and I appreciate that, and we all appreciate that. I wonder if when you were providing those, you found it, the check's dated January 20th. The text occurred on January 22nd, where you were asked who to make the check out to. So the questions were being asked after the check was made out. And I'm just wondering if you noticed that
I did.
when you were reviewing it, and if you could explain that.
Chairman Washit, Representative Fornstrom, I did notice that. And did you ask me if I can explain that? I can't explain it. assumed there was an issue with gathering all addresses together and third parties writing a check. So,
Any further, committee? Representative, did you know that Ms. Bexell was an advocate for House Bill 141?
Chairman, I didn't even know it didn't even exist February 9th. So no.
Did you know that she was an advocate for repeal of the mitigation fees or stopping the collection of these mitigation fees in Teton County?
I've known that since last year. Yes.
Other questions? Thank you. You are excused. Oh, you have 2 minutes. Excuse my apologies. If there's anything that we have not asked about that you feel is specific to this matter under investigation, we'll provide you with 2 minutes to make a statement. You do not have to make a statement.
Yeah, I don't have my own statement. I just like Joe's statement. Thank you.
Thank you. You are excused. Takes us to Representative McCann. Please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Darren McCann,
Do solemnly swear or affirm,
do solemnly swear or affirm,
under the penalty of perjury,
under the penalty of perjury,
that the testimony I'm about to give in this matter
that the testimony I'm about to give in this matter
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You may be seated, Mr. Obrecht.
Representative McCann, I will now provide you with the committee's witness advisement. The testimony you're about to give will be included in the committee's investigation into whether a member of the public was invited to the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives and that person handed out checks to members of the House. The information you provide is not confidential and could be used in future legislative, executive, or judicial branch proceedings. You have the right to appear before this body with legal counsel. You also have the right to assert any privilege against answering a question recognized by the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. You are not being compelled to testify in this matter. You are not being offered any immunity for your testimony. Representative McCann, do you understand this advisement?
Yes, sir.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative McCann, would you state your full name and House District for the record, please?
My name is Darren McCann. I represent House District 48.
Representative McCann, did you notice anyone come onto the floor at about 5:20 on February 9th?
Initially, no. They just kind of showed up to my left. I was sitting there having a conversation with Mr. Schmid, and just happened to notice they popped up on my left periphery.
Were you surprised to see Ms. Bextel on the floor at that time?
What do you mean by just a surprise? Did I expect her? No, I did not.
That's what I meant. Were you surprised to see her? You weren't expecting her?
I did not expect to see her.
Okay, thank you. What member of the House, if any, did you see with Ms. Bextel?
Well, I remember talking to Representative Weber slightly as I moved over there. We eventually did exchange pleasantries.
Okay, so you did have a little bit of a conversation there with Representative Weber. She was there near you at that time?
No, she was over more on the aisle. I was more over here. I actually had more of a conversation with Dawn Marquette, and Nina just happened to be there, and it was kind of a, hey, how you doing?
So, and you already knew Ms. Marquette?
I've known her for about a year.
Okay, all right. Did you know the other woman who was with Ms. Bextel?
I did not. I was introduced, but I did not know her prior to.
Okay. So we've already kind of established, I believe you received something from Ms. Bextel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did you learn that to be a check at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you kind of describe at what point you realized it was a check that you were given?
A few seconds after she's handed it to you. Yeah, when someone you know hands you something, you don't really pay attention to what your environment are, you just grab it. Did I expect it to be a check? No.
When you said thank you at that point, did you understand it was a check or later?
I think I did glance at it.
You did provide us a copy of that check, I
I
believe?
did.
Okay, thank you for that. What did you do with your check?
I still have it. It's not on my person, it's at my apartment. I haven't been home, I don't have a bank down here, so
So you haven't deposited yet?
I have not.
Thank you. Who was the check from?
Don Grasso?
Okay. Have you ever met Mr. Grasso?
No, ma'am.
Ever had any conversations with him?
No, ma'am.
Did Ms. Bextel ever explain to you who he was, or that that was the person, you know, that it wasn't her check, it was for somebody else?
I believe there was a phone call in early January prior to the text that I did provide.
Okay.
She asked me if I thought I was going to have an opponent. I said at the time I thought I did. My predecessor, it was before we knew that he was up for a judgeship. So yes, I thought I was going to be in for an opponent. And then I received the text as noted, January 22nd.
What was your understanding of why Ms. Bextel gave you the text on the floor that night?
Mainly to get my address, or a way to, who do you make it out to? How is it made? And it was McCann for House District 48, if I remember correctly. And an address, which I did send her my digital ID card, or whatever you want to call it.
And again, you did provide those texts, and they indicate that she did ask for that information, and then you provided it via text, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So on the floor that night, you weren't expecting her, I think is what you've said, and then she arrived and handed you that. Did you have, again, any understanding from her or anything she said or did that helped you understand why she came on the floor to deliver that check to you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did Ms. Bextel talk to you at that time about any legislation that was before the legislature?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you attend the event she had the next night?
I did.
Did you also attend the GOP dinner the night of the 9th? So that would have been shortly after the...
I have attended a GOP meeting. I spent most of the time talking to Brent Bean. So if that was the same night, yes, that's where I was. It was a state GOP meeting, I believe.
Yes, it was a dinner, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So how long have you known Rebecca Bextel?
About a year. The first time I met her was at the GOA meeting last session at Little America. It was my first personal contact with her.
Okay. Had you received other campaign contributions before this from either Ms. Bextel or through Ms. Bextel?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. We talked about the text messages. Did you expect, based on the text, that a check would be forthcoming but mailed to you?
I assumed that, yes.
All right. Did Rebecca Bextel ever ask you to support or vote for or against any matter pending before the House of Representatives?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any communications with Ms. Bextel after the evening of February 9th about House Bill 144 or any other pending legislation? I'm sorry, 141, excuse me. Thank you.
Other than attending her dinner, no.
Okay. I would like to direct your attention to Exhibit A, McCann, Exhibit number 1, excuse me. And I had a question about something.
I will share my screen.
Thank you. So we have several pages of your text messages between you and Ms. Bextel, which you provided. We appreciate that. When we get over to what is the third page, it looks like there's an exchange concerning a reporter who contacted you. Do you recall texting about that?
Yes.
Okay. And you responded about, just giving her a heads up that maybe Wildfile recalled you, I think is what the text is. And then you said at the very bottom of that page, I told her if she spends it, I'll never talk to her again. But then there's another entry that's well below the line, but we can still read it, where it says House Bill 141 is up. What was the purpose of that message?
That was a couple days after. It was the day that 141 came up. At that point, I knew that she was interested in that. I told her that it was coming up on the floor.
All right. I think that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, any questions? Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask you the same thing. Did you receive the email from Eyes on Wyoming that says the check heard around the world, deflecting is the key? View this email. Did you
I
receive-
believe I have. I didn't look for it, I didn't read it, but I'm sure I'm on that list.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative McCann, did you vote for or against HB 141 this year?
For.
And last year, Senate File 40, as amended, was very similar. Did you vote for or against it?
For.
So no change in your vote?
No, sir.
So our committee is tasked with deciding whether checks were actually handed out on the floor and if any rules or laws were broken. You, by and through your testimony, admitted to receiving a check.
Yes,
so
sir.
that's been established. When you received this check, did you believe that there was a rule or law being broken or violated at that time?
No, and I still believe that.
And okay, so at this time, you still believe there was no rule or law broken?
Yes,
By
sir.
receiving that campaign donation check on the floor?
Yes, sir.
If you were to receive a campaign donation check today, would there be a rule or a law violated?
Not to my knowledge.
What about the rule we just recently passed as the House?
Well, as of that, yes, but at that time, no.
So today, if you received a check on the floor, would that be?
According to the rules that we passed the other night, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Representative Lawley.
Just in closing, is there any facts you would like us to know that we haven't asked specifically about?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
So Representative, no further questions. At this point, if you wish to make a statement specific to the allegations that are under investigation here that we've not asked about, we'll give you 2 minutes to make a statement.
I think Representative Webb speaks very well for that. I'll just ditto his.
Very good. You're excused.
Thank you.
Representative Knapp. Please state after me. I state your name.
I, Christopher Knapp,
Do solemnly swear or affirm,
do solemnly swear or affirm,
under the penalty of perjury,
under the penalty of perjury,
that the testimony I'm about to give in this matter
that the testimony I am about to give in this matter
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You may be seated. Mr. Oberg.
Representative Knapp, I'm going to provide you the committee's witness advisement now. The testimony you're about to give will be included in the committee's investigation into whether a member of the public was invited to the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives and that person handed out checks to members of the House. The information you provide is not confidential and could be used in future legislative, executive, or judicial branch proceedings. You have the right to appear before this body with legal counsel. You also have the right to assert any privilege against answering a question recognized by the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. You are not being compelled to testify in this matter. You are not being offered any immunity for your testimony. Representative Knapp, do you understand this advisement?
Yes, I do.
Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you please state your name and your House district for the record?
Yes, it's Christopher Knapp, House District 53.
Okay, first question. Did you notice anyone coming on the floor on that evening of February 9th? Did you see that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I didn't. I was sick that day and had actually missed the first half of the session day that day and was getting ready to go home after the session gavelled out.
Did you see what member of the House escorted Ms. Bextel on the floor?
I did not.
Okay. Did you know who the other two ladies were with Ms. Bextel?
No, I only was introduced to the woman in the hat, and that's the only other person I saw besides Ms. Bextel.
So were you expecting Ms. Bextel to meet you on the floor at all?
No, no, Representative.
That was a surprise?
Yes.
So did you realize right away what Ms. Bextel had handed you?
No, she handed me a slip of paper, which I immediately put into my shirt pocket. As sick as I was, it could have been an elephant, but then it wouldn't have fit in my shirt pocket.
Yeah. So you didn't realize it was a check?
No,
at the
not
time?
until I got home.
Okay. Did you provide a copy of the check to the committee? I don't remember.
I didn't, but I brought the check with me, and I did bring copies for the committee for documentation this evening.
So do you recall what the date was on your check?
Here. The date it was written was January 20th, 2026.
Do you know why Ms. Bextel might have decided to present you with a check in this manner?
Representative, I do not. I had expected it in the mail. She had sent me text previously in January saying that there was a campaign contribution from a gentleman from Teton County,
and that is Donald Grasso. As I understand, he's a conservative and shares conservative values, and so wanted to get a check. So she sent me a text message asking for my campaign name and also the address to send it to. So I did not expect it in person.
So have you ever spoken with Ms. Bextel about any legislation, previous legislation at all?
I have not.
Were you aware of the event that Ms. Bextel was doing on mitigation housing?
I'm sorry, Representative.
Oh, go ahead.
I had heard that she was having a dinner or get-together, and I did not attend.
Did you receive that same email that I asked the other folks about, the eye on Wyoming and to deflect is the key?
Representative, I did. I actually thought it was junk email, so I deleted it.
Okay, thank you for that. Have you received campaign contributions from Ms. Bextel before?
I have not. I've not received any from the Donald Grasso either.
Okay. Did you provide any text messages or communications, I don't remember, from Ms. Bextel or anyone else related to the check?
I did. I received 2 text messages. One was telling me that she had been doing some fundraising and a gentleman wanted to donate to the campaign. I didn't answer that particular text, and so I received one the next day, basically stating the same thing, that she needed the campaign name and address so that she could get that sent out. And I did respond to that one, giving her the campaign name and the address.
Okay, and did you ever have any conversation with Ms. Bextel about the, what was it, House Bill 141?
No, I have not, neither on the floor nor by any other means.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, any further questions? Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Knapp, is it true that you stay in the same apartment as the Speaker of the House?
That is correct.
So when you put this check into your pocket, and we all recognized you were feeling ill at the time, and that was something we were all concerned about, but you went home and by your testimony, you said you recognized it being a check after you got home. Did you go to the Speaker of the House and say, oh, I got this on the floor, I think a rule was broken?
No, I didn't think anything like that until the motion came out from Representative Provenza. I had no idea that there was issue or anything.
Do you believe this check was a campaign check or something to influence your vote?
I believe it was a campaign check, and the evidence would lead to that also.
Representative Knapp, would you mind holding that check up, because we can't see it from the dais up here, just so we can see that you actually have it in your possession still. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Do you believe that by receiving that check on the floor, do you believe you were in violation of any legislature rule that was in place at that time or law of the state of Wyoming?
Representative, no. I did not believe there's any violation of any rule or any law. Campaign checks, of course, are part of free speech as granted by the Constitution and the First Amendment. And so I would never expect a campaign donation to be anything other than a campaign donation and free speech.
Okay. And If you were to receive this check tomorrow, would you accept it on the floor, if you were on the floor?
Not as we passed our rules to clarify that that would not be acceptable to do on the floor of the House.
And if you receive something like that, what would be your recourse? Would you go to the speaker, or would you go to LSO? What would you do?
If I were on the floor of the House and somebody tried to hand me a check, I would not take it, and then I would report it to the speaker.
Further questions? Representative, have you declared your candidacy yet or publicly announced that you're going to seek reelection?
I have not. I had planned to seek reelection. I'm waiting to see how this session goes and how my health holds up.
Further questions? You're excused. Thank you.
Okay, I did have a statement, if that's okay.
Sorry, I forgot to remind you.
Man.
Okay.
Representative Knapp, we will allow you to give a 2-minute statement specific to the facts under investigation here on anything that we haven't asked you about.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'd like to thank you for the invitation to the investigative hearing. As I understand, this hearing is to gather documentation of campaign donations by Donald Grasso, two conservative House members. No rule of the House has been violated. No law has been broken. Campaign contributions are protected as free speech under the First Amendment. No request, offer, or acceptance of any action on any vote was made in conjunction with this campaign donation. I feel this investigation could have easily been done through rules process through LSO and House leadership, as has been done with many other formal complaints in the past. I had offered an amendment to Provenza's original motion, but was denied drafting up the amendment by LSO, and I would like that put into the record for the committee. I've given the committee evidence of text I received in January that hopefully will lead to more understanding of the donations that were given. And just a comment for myself, I entered politics a long time ago. My brother attended West Point and served in the military, and I told him as long as he would serve, I would serve. I would not do anything to dishonor that, both for myself or for him. I believe this institution is more important than any one of us. And that's why if a lobbyist asks me to go to dinner, I do not let them pay. I pay for myself, and I probably pay for them too. These things are important. Our rules are important. The rules that we make, we live by and we govern by, and we hold each other responsible to. So I don't want to lower the bar with this type of thing. I know optics is an issue, but when you have, let's say even the governor's PAC or direct donations to other representatives, we have the power to override vetoes. I know the optics is bad, but he has every right through free speech in the Constitution to have a PAC and to donate himself. I believe strongly in the principles of freedom and that ability to let people know what you stand for through a check or a donation. And so with that, I understand.
Representative.
Thank you.
We've gone over 2 minutes. Thank you. All right, you're excused. Committee, let's take 5 minutes, then we'll come back. Or stand at ease for 5 minutes.
Well, looks like we got 5 minutes. A few of you posting your comments, really good. I honestly think they're going to conclude this matter tonight. I mean, maybe they won't, maybe they will. I mean, they've almost talked to everybody and had all the conversations. So it'll be interesting to see if they conclude tonight or not. With that, maybe we'll throw on a little Wyoming wind while we wait for them to come back. If you guys listen to the show at all, you're probably familiar with a bunch of the music that we play. So this song will sound familiar to you.
That welcome sign on I-25, paint chips still standing proud. Red hands lean on rustic gates, reading weather in the clouds. Antelope on the edges, coal dust on our jeans. Oryx blanking on the rim like a string of prairie dreams. Wyoming wind, you shove those semis sideways on the line, make a 20-foot wall of white in a single night. Drag those tumbleweeds till they're stacked up tight on the old barbed wire. Carry smoke from a branding fire. You steal my hat, you sting my skin, but I was raised by that Wyoming wind. Red dirt stuck in busted boots, pickup rattling down 14. Feedlot steam in the dim sunrise, snow geese cutting clean. L tracks in the timber, sagebrush oceans roll. We pull our hoods tight at the pump, the gust cuts through the soul. You push our trash clear to Nebraska, strip a billboard to the nails, slam a screen door off its hinges, shake the grain out of the rails. You whistle through those coal cars, howl across the powder rim. Every fence line, every windburn grin got carved by you again. Wyoming wind, you shove those semis sideways on the line, make it 20-foot wall of white in a single night. Drag those tumbleweeds till they're stacked up tight on the old barbed wire. Carry smoke from a branding fire. You steal my hat, you sting my skin, but I was raised by that Wyoming wind. Red dirt stuck in busted boots, pickup rattling around 14. Feedlot steam in the dim sunrise, snow geese couldn't clean. Elk tracks in the timber, sagebrush oceans roll. We pull our hoods tight at the pump, the gust cuts through the song. Wind on the porch flag, sun on the barn roof, boots by the doorway, dust on the old coupe. Kids in the backfield chasing that red ball. Radio low, neighbor makes takes a roll call. From Cody to Cheyenne, voices in the same key. These are our fences, this is our country. Not left, not right, just living how we pray. We're the ones who stay. Wyoming stands tall, we don't bow, we don't crawl. We're the ones they can't control. From some distant marble hall, from the mountains to the plains, through the blizzards, through the rain, we the people draw the line, take our freedom back again. Wyoming stands tall. Mama at the sink laughs, wipes off.
All right, welcome back, committee, members of the public. Thank you all for waiting. We have some video to show. We'll start with that before we go into questioning.
And business partner, Rebecca Bextel.
Hey,
Rebecca,
David.
welcome to the program, Rebecca. How are we doing this evening?
I'm actually doing pretty good, thank you.
Okay, all right.
I know
So-
a lot of people don't want to hear that.
Well, I don't know about that.
Can we increase the volume at all?
That I think we got to talk about. And let's just kind of, where I'd like to start, I think, is just, there were several articles written the last couple of days about a check that you handed to a legislator on the floor of the House. There's a picture on WildFile that taken by Carly Provenza, and to her credit, she should have been a photographer. She has a knack for getting the perfect picture at the right time. I can never pull that off. I always miss it. So I mean, that's kind of the broad strokes. But why don't you take a few minutes and just tell our viewers what happened?
I'm sorry, this is not going to be sexy or glamorous. So basically, as everybody knows, I like to raise money for conservative candidates. I've never been paid to fundraise. I'm not a lobbyist or anything like that. Well, one of my guys here in Teton County, he said, like, we were just talking about politics a couple of weeks ago, and he said, well, who's in the toughest fights? And I said, and I just started listing off candidates. And so this guy, he doesn't write checks himself. He is the most loving, generous guy, absolutely salt of the earth, fabulous person. And so he had his assistant send me a few checks, and the assistant didn't want to mail them to individual addresses. Also, we all know that the legislators are going to be in session for the next 30 days. And so I just offered to drive them down to Cheyenne. And when I saw somebody, I would hand them to them. So I did hand out a few more checks because I know the people personally. But with Representative Darren McCann, I don't know him at all. I think he's a fabulous legislator. He's doing God's work. He's fabulous, And so at the end of the day, on Monday, everyone had kind of cleared out, and I just was walking through there saying hello to some people. And as I looped through, I said, hey, by the way, thanks for doing such a great job. Here's a check. That was it. I just hand the check. I agree with you. Carlene Provenza, man, she's a great photographer. I looked thin and everything in the picture. Thank you.
Okay, but it was on the legislative floor, correct?
It was on the legislative floor, but after everybody had gone, most people had gone home.
Okay, so, all right, continue.
No. I would just like to say, people say, well, she handed a check out in the dark of night. The dark of night would have been outside the Capitol or in this guy's hotel room or in an envelope. There's nothing to hide. we're very proud of Darren McCann's voting record. We're proud of a lot of the legislators' voting record. I handed him a check, not necessarily in public because I didn't think anybody was paying attention, but I just handed him a check, not thinking anything of it. I think people aren't understanding. Well, there's a lot of people that are understanding. The people that have a problem with this, I think, are people that would have a problem with any check being written to a Freedom Caucus candidate. So I just wrote a check, and they're doing the best they can to go from there.
Okay, so just let me ask you a couple of questions here,
Yes.
because I've been a credentialed member of the media for quite a while. And the only reason, well, and it doesn't get you that much, except that you can go down pretty close to the legislative floor. And I don't do that because, one, I don't need to. But two, I don't want to do anything around the legislative floor. I know the rules that when things are happening down there, nobody is allowed on the floor unless you've got a badge. But I think, and this is the main question that I want to ask you. That picture, I think that a picture can paint 1,000 words. And that one, it looked like, I mean, you're on the legislative floor and you can tell. It looks like that, it just doesn't look right. I mean, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think that.
What doesn't look right about it? I'm smiling. There's witnesses. I think other people are in the picture. What doesn't look right about it?
That you're on the legislative floor.
So if I had stepped 5 feet into the hallway, that was okay?
Well, I don't think that, I don't think
If I
that
was 5 feet into the hallway, is that okay, David?
it would be different because you're not on the legislative floor.
What does that
There
mean?
are a lot of different rules that govern what happens there. Now, I understand it was after business hours. I get that. Okay. But what I'm saying is that a lot of times perception is reality, and the perception of that photo is not good.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say right now. The perception is I'm just handing someone a check in front of witnesses, very in the light of day. I'm sorry. I have to disagree. Now, if the body decides that I can't hand, or no one can ever receive a check again on the floor, then I will respect that. But I haven't broken any laws. And
No, that part's true.
yeah,
Like,
and let's be honest, I think that what's really going on here is I've helped set an even playing field with the conservatives on the financial playing field. The Wyoming caucus, all of these Democrats, dark money, George Soros candidates, they raise a lot of money for these candidates. You know who gets outfunded every time? The Freedom Caucus, the people's candidates. That's what this is about. And you know what else this is about? Is the end of housing mitigation fees. I actually been bragging on the state Senate lately. I was so tough on Beitman and Salazar last time. I don't have anything to say negative about them right now. And so I think they're now going to try to go after me. I'm going to give everybody the benefit of the doubt at the beginning of every session. Like you said, I am in the media. I happen to own part of Open Range Record. But this is about hundreds of millions of dollars in developer fees going up in smoke here in Teton County. That's all this is.
okay, so let me ask you another question. So I watched one of the Wyoming media outfits morning show this morning. And I think, well, I don't watch it very often, but I knew that, this story was kind of a big one. So I thought, well, I'll see what Jake has to say. And I think that he may have had a good point. And one of them was, what did the memo line on that check say? Now, before you answer, let's just talk about the perception for a little bit, right? So, as I understand it, you didn't write that check. It was from another donor. But what did the memo line on that check say, and how do we know that?
Nothing that I know of. Like I said, this donor, he's a very generous guy. Thankfully, I'm actually in favor of transparency in political donations. Maybe we should literally all be having to hand the check to the legislators personally. Wouldn't that be great? So, to my knowledge, nothing was written in that, bless his heart. So I don't know, nothing.
I don't know. I mean, it's a good question though. And I think it's one that,
You know, should it have said for your vote? I mean, nothing like
no,
that.
and that's the problem right there.
Okay.
That is the problem, that we don't know. Now, it is true, and I'll agree with you on this part. It's true that had that happened in the hallway, in the parking lot, at a restaurant, off the legislative campus, if it had happened anywhere else, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But the reason that we are is that it was on the legislative floor, you know, albeit after hours. And just to be clear, you know, I looked before this interview and I didn't see anything that, and again, I'm not a lawyer or anything, but I didn't see anything that would preclude that happening. And it's, you know, again, it's one of those things that perception is reality. And, you know, that one's a toughie there, Rebecca.
Okay, and I appreciate, I'm sorry, last time, just want to push back. You're saying perception is everything.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree that the House floor has a ton of video cameras on it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they're all over the place.
Everything that happens is very public.
Yep.
So you're telling me that by handing a candidate in the next election a check written out to his campaign, you're saying that has a problem versus if I had slid him the check in a hallway or outside the Capitol, that would have caused any scrutiny. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, so first, I think, and let me just repeat this, perhaps I wasn't clear enough first. Okay. It's the legislative floor, and that's where the people's business gets done. Mm-hmm. And I think that the one of the more distasteful parts of politics is money. And you can't get around it. In politics, you can't win an election without money. And in a lot of elections, certainly in this upcoming one, you're going to have a lot of it to do mm-hmm. to win any election. But I think that seeing a picture of it happening right on the legislative floor, I mean, I just think that it conjures up the worst types of images that we think of in politics. And the truth is, I mean, has that happened before? You bet. Has it happened in the Capitol? All the time. Does it happen in Cheyenne? Every day. Every day there are campaign donations that are given out. And, you know, one of the things I talked about on my program this morning is Ambush Alley. And the reason it's called Ambush Alley is there's only one way, well, technically there's a couple of ways out of the floor, but everybody exits right out through that main hallway, right off the legislative floor. And the reason lobbyists congregate there, and journalists too, if I need to go get an interview, that's where I go. And the reason they go there is that's easy pickings. And so, you know, I think that it's, I don't know. For me, I just don't think it was a good look on the floor.
Maybe I can sum it up best this way. It sounds like a lot of people want to see a thin girl, but they don't want to see the injections from the medicine that makes them be thin. Okay. It's like nowadays, everybody wants to take these injections that cause you, it paralyzes your stomach, and now you're going to lose weight. We just want you to be thin. We don't want to see what it takes for you to get there. Does that sound correct?
No, I think that's an interesting comparison. Let me ask you this. After all this, would you have done it differently?
Well, I would have done differently just for Representative McCann. And by the way, we'll be supporting his candidacy. And I guess I'm going to ask all the gentlemen and gentle ladies to step outside the Capitol while I hand them a check. But
probably not a bad idea.
I'm doubling down. This is not about handing someone a check in the light of day. This is about trying to stop conservative candidates. That's it. And it's about trying to stop housing mitigation fees. I have full faith in the Senate under President Biteman and Tim Salazar. They're going to do the right thing. And so are the rest of the candidates. So nobody needs to be scared of these fake media outlets. Let's keep our eyes on the prize, folks. Let's end these unconstitutional housing mitigation fees. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Rebecca, very much for joining me. I know it's kind of a rough interview, but I really appreciate it, and I'm sure we'll see you in a couple of days.
Thank you very much. Have a good night, everyone.
All right, so that was Rebecca Bextel. She is.
Thank you. Are there any other exhibits regarding Ms. Bextel?
Mr. Chairman, we've received text messages, and I can display those if you would like.
Please.
We have also received one photo that I don't have up here that is online. Several other text messages are online as well. This is a text exchange. It's Exhibit 001. It's text with Ms. Snyder, who's believed to be Amy Snyder, Don Grasso's assistant. The relevant information is shown here, dated January 20th, where Ms. Bextel explains, I've been trying not to bother you since I know you've been through a real rough time, but let me know when you have time for those 10 candidate checks. I'm trying to help these guys get their signs ordered before their campaigns. I can send you a list of names and a FedEx label to send them to me if that works. How is this easiest for you? On Wednesday, January 21st, Ms. Snyder, we assume, replies, I can get those checks out tomorrow or Friday. I have doctor's appointments and a procedure later this afternoon, and I'm knocked out, so I'll be a pile of garbage in about 3 hours. Send me the list and where to send, or if I should send them to you, question mark, exclamation mark. They proceed to talk about other matters. The next exchange, Ms. Bextel explains, you can just send them all of them to me, and I will mail them to the individual candidates. Okay, I'll get you a list of names, and thank you for all of this. They discuss procedures and personal matters. On January 22nd, Ms. Snyder asks, I didn't see the list of the candidates. Did I miss it? Ms. Bextel replies, I didn't send the list because I didn't want to give you more work if you are not well. Ms. Snyder says, nah, sitting at my computer is about all I can do. They discuss other matters and personal matters. The next message of relevance is an email. We do not know the date on it. It is from Ms. Bextel to Ms. Snyder that provides a list, please, for $1,500. Elect John Bear, elect Gary Brown, Marlene Brady for House District 60, committee to elect Chip Nyman, Mark Jennings, McCann for Wyoming, House District 48, Ide for Senate, Tony Locke for Wyoming, Joe Webb for Wyoming, Christopher Knapp. Thank you very much. Do you want me to send you a FedEx label? What's easiest for you? We next have correspondence between Ms. Bextel and the legislators, if you would like me to show that.
Please.
This is correspondence provided by Ms. Bextel between herself and Representative McCann. This chain starts earlier than that, which was provided by Ms. Representative McCann. They discuss items on early January and on Tuesday, January 6th. Representative McCann indicates, forgive me, but I do not have you in my contacts. I do not see any email in my inbox. Who are you and what are you referring to? She indicates her name is Rebecca Bextel. They discuss more items. The next message is relevant to the checks, I believe. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, my PowerPoint is not advancing. The text messages continue. At the bottom of this screen of Exhibit 008, Ms. Bextel on Thursday, January 22nd says, I've been volunteer fundraising. What does this check need to be made out to for your house campaign? Where shall I mail the check? You've got a new 1,500 supporter from Teton County. Representative McCann replies and sends a contact info card with this DM. They then discuss a reporter on February 11th, and that is the end of the correspondence that we received of submittals from Ms. Bextel from her side of things. The next correspondence is from Ms. Bextel and Representative Brady. It similarly begins on January 22nd. I've been volunteer fundraising. What does this check need to be made out for your house campaign? And where shall I mail the check to? Check. Representative Brady replies, that's awesome. I've been carrying into this campaign around $1 to $200. That's all I know. I can't ask anyone to carry me the whole way, but it's so much appreciated. Whatever the amount of the donation. She then provides her address. Ms. Bextel explains she has a donation for her from a donor who appreciates what you're up to. I'm going to be sending you $1,500 from Don Grasso. This is just what I do. I go around here asking all these wealthy people in Teton County to write checks for people that are doing a good job. Representative Brady replies with a face and hearts. Ms. Bexel explains his assistant is mailing the checks tomorrow, so it'll be at least a week before you get it, but just know it's coming. Representative Brady says, thank you so much. Ms. Bexel replies, sorry, what is the name? And it cuts off there. Below a little bit I can see. It appears to indicate who does the check need to be made out to, or something along those lines. The next correspondence is between Ms. Bexel and Representative Knapp. It similarly starts out with some conversation prior to January 22nd, and then she explains, I've been volunteer fundraising. What does this check need to be made out to for your house campaign? Where shall I mail the check? You've got a new $1,500 supporter from Teton County. On January 23rd, she texts again, hey there, I'm trying to get this check of candidates who need $1,500 checks over to the generous donor. It's going to be coming from a guy named Don Grasso. He's probably given me over $100,000 in the last election for candidates and PACs. Super nice guy. What does the check need to be made out to for your campaign? Representative Knapp replies, Rebecca, thank you so much. The campaign account is Committee to Elect Chris Knapp with an address. It's amazing. Thank you again. The next correspondence provided was from Ms. Bextel and Representative Webb. Ms. Bextel is in green. There's some conversation at the top. And the next message starts Thursday, January 22nd. The same message about volunteer fundraising and inquiring about where to mail the check and who to make it out to. Ms. Bexel asks if he has an opponent, if he needs a check, please get back to me ASAP if you can on who the check needs to be payable to. I'm trying to get this list of checks to the donor, but if you're not going to have someone running against you or don't need any money, just let me know. It looks like last year it was Joe Webb for Wyoming. If I don't hear back from you in an hour, I'll just circle back on the next round of checks from donors. Sorry for the rush. Representative Webb replies, no rush. I was out at a meeting until 10 last night and then listening to the recalibration this morning. Joe Webb or Joe Webb for Wyoming is fine. Thank you. The next correspondence explains who the check is from. And Representative Webb says, that's great, Rebecca. That's soon enough. You are awesome. I will definitely be sending him a thank you card. Excuse me. This message was submitted and doesn't appear relevant to the 4 checks that were provided on the floor. The next correspondence is provided from Ms. Bextel and Representative Baer as it relates to the 4 checks that were provided on the floor. Ms. Bextel texts, concerning a list of names to provide a check for with Representative Baer. They indicate that checks ought to be made from Representative Baer. Ruben won't need money, in my opinion. Nina and Jamie for sure. Bill and all the Cheyenne folks as well.
Hang on one second. Is this specific to the checks on the floor or something further?
This is where it's indicated that, as well as Darren McCann and Marlene Brady.
Okay, so it is referencing that transaction on the floor.
Correct.
Please continue.
It's not. It's not.
Please don't interrupt.
That's not.
Please continue. Please continue with your explanation.
Yes. This message shows the top of the message where the checks to Darren McCann and Marlene Brady are indicated as needed. Ms. Bexel indicates, I'll get Darren and Marlena a check. I meant to include them initially. They discuss other donations and other members. And more correspondence is provided online through the exhibits of all the materials that were submitted, including a FedEx envelope with the receipt date of February 27th. Those exhibits are all online. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Bextel. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Rebecca Bexel,
Do solemnly swear or affirm,
do solemnly swear or refer,
under the penalty of perjury,
under the penalty of perjury,
that the testimony I'm about to give in this matter
that the testimony I'm about to give in this matter
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You may be seated. Mr. Oberg.
Ms. Bextel, I will now provide the committee's witness advisement to you. The testimony you're about to give will be included in the committee's investigation into whether a member of the public was invited to the floor of the Wyoming House of Representatives and that person handed out checks to members of the House. The information you provide is not confidential and could be used in future legislative, executive, or judicial branch proceedings. You have the right to appear before this body with legal counsel. You also have the right to assert any privilege against answering a question recognized by the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. You are not being compelled to testify in this matter. You are not being offered any immunity for your testimony. Ms. Bextel, do you understand this advisement?
Good evening. We appreciate you driving all the way down to be here. Please state your name and address for the committee's record.
My name is Rebecca Bextel, and I live in Jackson, Wyoming.
What is your connection to the Wyoming House of Representatives this session?
A concerned citizen. I also own half of Open Range Record, but I've never picked up the press pass. I didn't even know I had a press pass till I read about it in the newspaper.
Okay. What brought you to the Capitol on February 9th, 2026?
To watch the session?
Okay. Any other purpose?
not on Monday. I was having an event on Tuesday night.
Okay. On the evening of February 9th, 2026, did you have occasion to visit the House chambers?
Did you just say Wednesday or did you say Monday? Sorry.
February 9th,
Okay,
the
yes, sir.
evening of February 9th.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And how did you get onto the House floor?
I believe I walked on with Nina Weber,
Okay,
Representative Weber.
Did you ask her to escort you on?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was anyone with you?
My friend,
And who were they?
Rita LeBlanc.
Anyone else?
I can't remember if Dawn was standing there when we walked in or not, but I know that she, like in her testimony, I can't remember exactly where. I didn't plan to meet her down there or anything. She just was standing there, and I think we walked in.
Okay. So Rita LeBlanc was with you, but the third woman was just there.
Mrs. LeBlanc was with me, and Dawn I just ran into, I guess.
Okay. And then when Representative Weber took you onto the floor, what was your intention?
Just to say hey to everybody.
Okay. Did you have anything on your hand when you walked in?
I had some checks, but I don't remember just having checks in my hand. For some reason, I think I had this book in my hand, but I might be misremembering that.
Okay.
I wouldn't have just walked around with checks in my hand, so I think I had this actual book in my hand.
Okay. Was it your intention to distribute those checks if you saw the recipients?
I didn't really premeditate it. No, that was not my intention.
Okay. While you were on the floor, did you see individuals who you wanted to give checks to?
Yes, sir.
And did you give them checks?
Yes, sir.
And what was the purpose of those checks?
They were campaign donations from Mr. Don Grasso.
And did Mr. Grasso give those checks to you directly?
No, sir.
How did you obtain those checks?
Okay, that's going to take me a minute. So on December 30th, and I'd like to begin by saying that Mr. Grasso didn't even know we were in a session. He didn't know anything about mitigation bills or anything like that. And I would like to apologize to him for bringing him into this. He has nothing to do with this. But I will say that he had no way of knowing that I was passing those checks out on the floor. Basically, on December 30th, I was at one of his house that he has in Jackson Hole, and he has two assistants. One travels with him, and one handles his, I think like his bills and stuff. So her name is Amy Schneider. She was in town, and we all had dinner that night, so we still have a picture of it. It was December 30th. So I asked Mr. Grasso. He's a very generous donor, a philanthropist. I wish everyone in America had a friend like him. And we started talking about the 10 toughest races. He doesn't necessarily know any of the candidates. He's just what you might consider a mega Republican donor. And he also supports the arts. He does all kinds of things. So I asked him if he would write 10 checks, and he said yes, send the list to his assistant, Amy. She lives in Wisconsin. Mr. Grasso used to own a really big company in Wisconsin. So she still lives there. So the next day she flies, I think the next day or the next day after, she flies to Wisconsin. And I hadn't even figured out who I was going to give the checks to yet. I was trying to figure out who was the most in need or who had an opponent. So I went to his house a couple of days later, and he was on the phone with his assistant. And just on a side note, he doesn't carry his own checkbook. So I heard him on the phone with his assistant. She was on speakerphone, and that's when I realized that she must be having a medical emergency. I kind of almost rudely jumped in on it, and we both said, you need to head to the hospital. And that was the last I heard of it. And she had a major medical issue, and Dawn got her enrolled in Pinnacle Care. And she was in the hospital, I believe, about a week and had a major surgery. So I tried to give her a few days to recover from that. And then Mr. Grasso has nothing to do with this at this time. He doesn't deal with little things like this, if that makes sense. If I was going to ask him for $1 million, which I have, I'll follow up, okay? But that wasn't this. So I just didn't say anything else to him about it. So eventually his assistant gets out, and that's when I think on whatever that email is, I think it's the 20th or 22nd, How we got Marlene Brady's names, I just looked at what her campaign was last time she ran. That's how I ended up figuring it out. And so she eventually mails me the checks with FedEx, but the problem was that we had those storms. And so the checks literally bounced around America. I tracked it. I've been saying 7 days, but technically 8 days. So for 8 days, you watch this overnight FedEx literally go all around America. Then my husband took me on a really romantic vacation in Tulum, Mexico. So I left, and the checks arrived the next day. When I got back from Mexico on Friday, that was the Friday before the session. So at that point, I thought, well, why would I mail someone a check that's not going to be home for 6 weeks? So I just brought them with me, and I didn't say anything about that to Mr. Grasso. I said I would deliver them, but I didn't say necessarily how. I certainly didn't talk to Mr. Grasso about it, but I talked to his assistant about it.
Okay,
And that was
so
it.
just to clarify, what day did the FedEx package actually arrive in your hands?
In my hands, whatever day, Friday before the session started. So I guess that would be, I got back from Mexico on February 6th, so I had them in my hand on I got back from Mexico on February 7th, that Friday.
I think that'd be about the 6th, right? that
Okay,
area.
whatever day it was, yes, the Friday before the session.
Okay. So you said in the podcast that you were just kind of walking through when you saw the representatives and handed out the checks. But yet you walked in with the checks. It seems, what was your intention with regards to the checks that night?
Not necessarily anything. I had no intentions with the checks. I still have some checks for other things just in this inside pocket. David Iverson made me this book. It's one of my most prized possessions. I go everywhere with it. And so the checks just happen to be in this book, which is where all of my important things are. So I'm just walking through, not thinking anything of it. Like I said, I don't know Mr. McCann personally. And I also was having the party on Tuesday, but I had no idea who was showing up. I didn't know if Mr. McCann was coming. I didn't know who was coming. So my only intention was to expeditiously hand the candidate the check that I had asked for since December 30th. So Mr. Grasso agreed on December 30th to write them, and my only job was to just expeditiously hand them to someone. And since I don't know a lot of these people personally, it's like, I guess, an animal. I just saw someone, thought, bingo, I've got a check for him, handed him the check, thought nothing else of it. And I thought, wait a minute, I've got Marlene Brady here. And then I was trying to, no offense to Mr. Webb, I was trying to remember what he looks like so I could go find him and hand him the check. And that was the end of it.
Did Representative Weber point out Representative McCann to you?
I don't know. I don't recall that.
Okay. And how many checks did you hand out on the floor of the House that night?
4.
Who did you give them to?
Representative McCann, Representative Webb, Representative Marlene Brady, and Representative Dare McCann.
You do a lot of work with campaign donations. Is it common to give out those donations before a candidate declares and a race begins?
I haven't been doing this forever. I got involved in it the last election, and at that point, everyone had announced. So I raised, I think, about $400,000 in the last election, and I'm planning on doubling that this one. So I know how to ask people for money. So I start early because my plan is to go back to Mr. Grasso in March and say, would you consider 10 more checks, And so I didn't think legislative session, that had nothing to do with it. Like you can see in the text messages, I would just ask people, are you running again? Do you think you'll have an opponent? Because I had talked to one or two, not anyone with the checks on the House floor, but I talked to a couple of candidates that had indicated they didn't have money for their signs, and things like that. So I don't know how long it takes to order a sign or anything, but I was just trying to get them the checks so they could do what they needed to do.
Okay. According to the Highway Patrol video, only about 10 seconds passed from the time you came on the floor till you were handing a check to Representative Webb.
How many seconds, sorry?
About 10 seconds.
Okay.
And so that seems that if it wasn't an intentional plan on your part, That's an awfully brief amount of time. Can you explain why in just 10 seconds you went from just coming on the floor for no particular reason to handing out a check?
I have to train myself not to interrupt people. I actually babble sometimes. My mind moves faster than my mouth can go. So I don't know. I'm a quick girl. That's all I know how to say.
What did you say to Representative Webb when you handed him the check?
I don't recall saying anything here.
Did you
Maybe
tell him
here.
it was a check?
No, I don't
Did you tell
recall
him it
doing
was
that.
for his campaign?
I don't recall even saying anything to him. So I don't recall saying
And
anything
how
at
about
all.
with Representative McCann? Did you say anything to Representative McCann?
I can't recall saying anything to him. No, no, sir.
And to Representative Brady?
I don't recall saying anything to her at all.
And to Representative Knapp?
Hi, how are you? And that's about it. I remember saying hello to like everyone standing there, and I can't even remember who that was. But I remember just saying hello, and that was it. I just kept walking. I didn't really have anything to say to them.
Okay. Did any of the women who were, the other two women who were with you, did they have any conversations with any of the representatives that you heard?
I must have just been self-absorbed. I wasn't paying attention to anyone else.
Okay.
No.
Do you remember speaking about any particular legislation while you were on the floor?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you have any previous relationship with any of these representatives who received checks on that night?
Previous relationships with representatives that accepted checks? No.
Okay. Had you met any of them before? Did you know them?
I remember going to that event at the Little America, and I didn't even, no offense to the fellas, I don't remember meeting them. I mean, I think Joe Webb's wife was there. I can remember talking to her if I remember correctly, but it was in passing. It wasn't any kind of an in-depth conversation. Representative Darren McCann, okay, Marlene Brady, I've only ever seen her in Cheyenne, not really. Who else? Chris Knapp, I don't think I've ever spoken to him one time, ever. Like, he just does a great job.
Okay. Was it your intention to influence any pending legislation by giving out these checks during the session?
No, sir.
So these checks were written on Don Grasso's checking account, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did any of them have anything written on the subject line or purpose?
No, sir.
Okay. And you didn't mail them because you didn't get the FedEx delivery until the Friday before you were coming down, and it just seemed simpler to bring them with you?
I didn't mail them because first the assistant had major surgery, then the checks got lost for 8 days, and then I went to Mexico. And so just a combination of 3 random things happened to just land the checks with me on Friday before the thing.
So
I fully intended to mail them, if that makes sense.
So I'm clear, were the FedEx checks delivered to your address while you were in Mexico?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Have you had a conversation with any of these representatives since February 9th, after the media uproar following this case?
I have never spoken a word to Representative McCann that I recall. No, sir. Representative Joe Webb, I'm not sure I ever spoke to him either. No, sir. Marlene Brady, I don't recall. No, sir. That would be unusual. And Darren McCann, I never talked to him. I think we texted once or twice, which you had those texts, but I haven't spoken with him.
Have you had a conversation with Don Grasso?
Oh, yeah.
About this?
He's my buddy.
Okay. Was he upset?
Not necessarily upset. He's a businessman, so he knows there's nothing illegal that's happened or anything like that. As a matter of fact, at first he told me, you haven't broken a law, you haven't done a crime, it's just bad timing. He just said you were trying to do the right thing, which is expedite the checks, but he wouldn't have handled it that way. And he actually, I never spoke to the press other than David Iverson. He did, because he says, I have nothing to hide. If you look at his charitable donations, we're talking about a piece of sand, okay? So, and he was unaware there was even a legislation here. He has homes all over the place. He travel, he has a lot going on. And so I've never even talked to him about housing mitigation bills. And so he didn't know anything about that. And when he heard about, I actually didn't even tell him about this. Some lady called him, that's another, what I would call a donor lady. And my understanding is she called him and said, you're in the newspaper. So I hadn't even had a chance to talk to him about it. Then I think he even talked to newspaper reporters. And then at some point he called me because he never thought anything, he certainly understands the law. He understands that political donations are, your right. That's your right to free speech. He just he had nothing to hide, so he talked to the newspapers for a long time, but he started getting annoyed that they wouldn't tell the whole story, or they would cut it off or try to get a sound bite. I think at one point they were trying to pit it like he's mad at me or something. And so, so yes, I've talked to him, but I also talked to him not just about this. He's kind of like a member of my family. He's very generous to my family, and like I said, everybody should have a friend like him.
So one of the questions that seems to be on everybody's mind was seemed to be other opportunities, either on the night of the 9th at the GOP event or on the night of the 10th at your event, that the checks could have been handed out at one of those events rather than on the floor. Was there any particular reason why you didn't hold them to one of those other days?
I didn't attend the GOP event. I didn't go to the GOP event on Monday night. I was waiting for someone to say she didn't go. I didn't go, and I didn't know if that was clear. So I gave my friend Rita LeBlanc, so I passed her off actually to Don Marcor after we came out of the house. I said, look, they're asking me to zoom in on a Teton County GOP meeting that started at 5:30. So I went and sat, if y'all check the tapes on the front of the Capitol, I sat in that bench out there for 1 hour with my Teton County GOP Zoom. And then by that time, Rita and the ladies came out, and Rita and I went back to the hotel. So I wasn't going to I didn't even know there was a dinner that night, to be honest, until someone mentioned it. And then Tuesday night, like I said, I didn't know who was coming. I just sent out a blanket invite, which sounds like my emails aren't as successful as I thought they were. But no one, so I didn't know who was coming. I didn't know anybody but me and the staff sitting there.
So Ms. Bechtel, would you say it's safe that you've been a vocal proponent or
I love the Republican Party.
with regards to the mitigation fees exactions in Teton County, that you've been pretty vocal about that topic?
I have, but this was last year. So my understanding is the Pacific Legal Fund is who wrote the bill this year. So I was hammering the mitigation fees last year. Since then, I went down a rabbit hole with what I'm calling the 1/10,000th scam, the 0.0001%, where you get out of your property tax by giving the local housing authority a minuscule percentage and they don't even have control. And so that's what I've been hammering. So I don't even think I've asked a single person this legislative session even mentioned housing mitigation fees, other than a guy in Teton County owns a ranch on the edge of town, asked me to ask Representative John Baer about it one time. And so I talked to him about it because I knew he was a bill sponsor. But I have not asked a single legislator to vote for what ended up being House Bill 141. I was beating the drum. If you look at your emails that y'all keep deleting, I was beating the drum. I was on my next trick, which is the low-income housing tax credit scam.
So on your printed invitation to the Eyes on Wyoming event, were mitigation fees not the number one listed item on there?
it might have been the first one. So I did a presentation, which Mrs. Liz Store, Representative Store was there, and I saw her videoing me, so I'm surprised she didn't just produce that. But I actually said when it came time to mitigation fees, you guys have heard me hammer this for years. So I'm going to let this rancher stand up and talk to you about what's going on with his property. And then John Baird talked about it. So yes, it was one of the 3 slides. But I bored people to tears on the Wyoming Public Records Act, and I bored them to tears with the 110,000 scam. And then when I got to housing mitigation fees, I might have said 2 sentences, as I recall, and then I handed it over to the rancher. The town of Jackson's constantly trying to eminent domain his land for all kinds of things. So he's got, his family's one of the oldest families in the valley. So I turned it over to him, and then John Bair went from there. And if you can believe it, I even let Liz Store take 2 minutes, which makes me wonder why she didn't ask me about the check or anybody else about the check.
So when House Bill 141 came up on the floor, Representative McCann sent you a text telling you that that bill was up. Why would he do that if you hadn't had any prior conversations or communications with him about your interest in that bill this year?
I've never talked to him personally about that bill. It was one of the 3 bullet points on my slides for my thing at the Little America on Tuesday night. So I talked about, the first thing I talked about was the housing scam. I believe the second thing I talked about was the public records request, how they need to be strengthened. And then the third thing was housing mitigation fees. And I believe my exact words were, I know y'all have been hearing me hammer this since last year. So I'm going to, I probably said 2 sentences as I recall. And I handed it over to John Bair. No, first I handed it over to the rancher, then I think John Bair talked. I think some other representatives talked as well. But yes, of course I'm still for it. I didn't change my mind. I'm not all of a sudden a socialist and into housing mitigation fees. Of course I'm still against those. But I didn't ask a single representative to vote on that bill other than a public setting as one of 3 things that affect the people in Teton County.
Okay. You produced a number of text messages that you shared with us that we just looked at.
Okay.
Were those accurate reflections of the communications as you recall them?
I know what I submitted, and I think I know what you're looking at, so yes, sir.
Okay. Did you receive any other emails or other forms of communication from any of the legislators who received checks on the floor?
No, sir.
All right, committee, any questions? Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bextel, I just wanted to see if you could help us clear up a few documentation things. And so Representative McCann provided text messages stream, and you provided a stream, and they were cut off at different points in the conversation, which just obviously was filling a page. But I would like you to, if you could, at some point, provide us the entire stream of that. He goes a little bit farther in McCann Exhibit Number 1, page 3, where we can see where at that point where he says House Bill 141 is up. But we can't see either from what he provided or you provided what was, if anything, was said after that in the text stream. So I'm wondering if you could just give a little bit more of that, what's following on the page that you
I
have.
thought that the lady read that, and I'm happy to read it off of my phone. So she did read it because I remember her distinctly saying the word WyoFile. So Representative McCann said, so the first time I interrupted was when she was trying to read something that was from Gary Brown that she attested to Mr. McCann. So that's why I was paying so much attention. But if you wouldn't mind handing me my phone, I'm happy to read it to you. So he says, your bill's up. I was in the Senate because I was trying to stop the, thank you, I was trying to stop the the 110,000 scam loophole bill for getting passed. Okay, Darren McCann. Okay, sometimes it takes me a second to find, I gotta look him up by McCann. Okay, so he says on February 11th, I think we all saw that. Is that the one you're talking about when he says House Bill 141's up? So I said, thank you, here I come.
Okay.
Then I texted him, the only other thing I've done is I've texted where a fake news reporter sent me an email saying, would you talk to me? And she says, we talked to Darren McCann and we recorded him. And so that's what I sent him. But that was not that day. Let's see what day that was. Oh, no, it was that day. It was at 11:36. So I said, thank you, here I come, at 10:41, and at 11:36, I sent him the screenshot from the fake news media.
Okay, thank you. Could you just provide that written copy, screenshot it, I guess is the technical term.
Sure.
That we can just have it in our records.
Sure.
That would be great. And the other one was
I'll send it to you right now.
some confusion in the record, the videos that we saw with regard to whether or not there was a text between you and Representative Rep. Weber. Could you provide us your screenshot of your text, if any, between Representative Weber and you on January 9th between 5 and 5:30 p.m.?
I have no text with Representative Nina Weber. I also looked at that. And she sent me a picture of her at the National Republican Committee. Okay, on 127, she said, I'll call you in a little bit. I said, I'll call you in a little bit. I'm on my way to Star Valley. She said, she has a 10 o'clock meeting, feel free till then. I don't even have a text with her after January 27th. I actually hang out with her all the time, just I haven't lately because she's been in the session and I've been doing things as well. So it's actually unusual that I don't have text with her, but I don't. And I haven't deleted any.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. She's my girl.
Other committee members, any other questions? Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just need to be clear on this. So your intent, when you came on the floor, tell me what your intent was. I know you had your little book, but what was your intent to come on to the floor with Representative Weber?
Okay, so it wasn't premeditated. I'm a fly-by-your-seat kind of girl. I had this 5:30 meeting. I had to do something with Rita LeBlanc. Her driver had just dropped her off to hang out for a little bit. They were asking me to go to this GOP Zoom call. So the session was over. I was sitting in the fishbowl or whatever they call it. Rita's driver dropped her off. So she had just gotten there. She hadn't been hanging out with me all day. She just came up from somewhere else that's glamorous. And so I just met her. I said, come up, I'm coming down the third, she's coming up the first. So we just kind of met there, and I didn't premeditate. I just start seeing people I know, I'm saying hello, I'm shaking hands and hugging people and introducing them to Rita. I didn't premeditate. It's like I just wafted towards the House floor. And my intention, it was to get Rita to have someone to hang out with while I go do this Zoom call. I just didn't think it was fair to her to watch me on a Teton County GOP Zoom call. And so at some point I guess Nina says she heard me laugh, and I do have probably a very loud laugh. And I just wafted without a care in the world into the House chamber. I'm sorry, it's not more exciting than that. I just was that's just what I do. I'm just floating around, and I just floated and saw Nina. We walked in there. And I mean, if you think about it, did you expect me to leave this on the third floor? No, of course not. Of course, I'm going to bring it with me. And so I have this all the time. And so the checks were in it, but I'm just being a social butterfly, I guess. I'm sorry, it's not more exact than that.
Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bextel, thank you for being here. I know that's a long drive from one corner to the other. Appreciate you doing that. In your conversation, I guess the first question is Mr. Grasso active with the mitigation fee efforts that were going on in the past couple of years, or the low income 1/10,000th issue? Is he active in that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Heiner, absolutely not. I wouldn't even waste his time talking about that.
Okay. Now, there's some things that have been alluded to, that you paid these checks, this money to these representatives, these legislators, and then tried to get them off-site to your meeting the next night to lobby them for Teton County, some of the things that that you're trying to bring more attention to. But if that were the case, why would you invite Liz Storr, Representative Storr there? Would you be attempting to lobby her to vote in favor of your bill, along with other representatives?
Chairman Washit, Mr. Niner, I actually crossed the street to get away from Liz Storr when I see her in Teton County. And so I just sent out a blanket to anybody that wants to come learn. It wasn't targeted. I didn't go around asking people if they were going to come. I don't even like to use the word lobbying with the 110,000 scam. Everyone tells me I didn't know that existed until you discovered it. So I'm not even having to lobby. I'm just raising awareness. I think last year, and I would like to clarify one thing. Mr. Grasso is very passionate about the Teton County Fairgrounds, which is home of the Jackson Hole Rodeo. So I guess he cares. We talk about that in the sense of they're trying to put housing there. So he does pay attention to some stuff like that. But I didn't want to say he doesn't pay attention to anything. But he does love the rodeo. So I was just, last year or last session, when I was beating the drum about the mitigation fees, I was walking around with a 240 square foot shed that the Ross family turned into a house and had to pay $18,000 in mitigation fees. I started wondering if y'all believed me. And then I was showing the LDRs because I had Senator Mike Guru just telling people I'm making it up. And so I felt like I beat the drum on that pretty good last session. I had the LDRs printed off, the worksheet every resident has to fill out to kick in on someone else's housing to pay for their own. So I wasn't really considering myself as lobbying at the Little America. It was more of raising awareness to some issues that affect people in Teton County. And apparently I did such a good job, I heard the bartenders voting Republican now. And so, say lobbying, and also in that video that you showed David Iverson, the reason I talk about this is all about mitigation fees is because of what happened to us on the floor. I could not believe it when they were suggesting that I was bribing someone. So that's why I'm saying this is about this whole Checkgate or whatever you want to call it. This is about mitigation fees. They're willing to do anything, defame me, defame these legislators to keep this 30-year practice. They'll do anything.
Thank you for that answer. You're very open about your ability to fundraise and donations that you're able to get to different organizations and candidates, and not only just legislators, you donate to other things as well. But you're very open about that, and during your campaign to win the GOP chairwoman seat for the state GOP, you were very open. And here tonight, you've also said that you raised $400,000 and you plan on doubling that in this coming year. So you're very open about your efforts and proud of what you've been able to do. So is it possible that you were giving out checks in the open so people could see how well you're doing?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, that is absolutely incorrect. I understand that people are saying that. I'll have people just mobbing me on Facebook saying, you're trying to get attention. And I write back and say, well, you just gave up your Saturday to attack me. Why don't you just start ignoring me? But no, it has nothing to do with that. I didn't think anybody was even looking at us. It has nothing to do with that. I never talked about any fundraising until I ran for chair, but that's because I had to save the GOP with $130,000 with the people in Teton County. And now, by the way, I think we have about $6,000 in our checking account. And so, the point of a chairman is, number one, first and foremost, raise money for the party, raise money for the candidates. And I would have been able to do that if they hadn't turned on me at the last second there and I lost by a few votes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Tarver.
Ms. Bexell, thank you for being here. I just have a couple questions for you. Do you raise money for reps or senators that do not have your values?
Mr. Chairman, so, in the Wyoming you're talking about. Okay. No, why would I do that?
Second, follow-up?
And also, I would never ask Mr. Grasso for a check. One of the reasons I'm so successful asking people for money is I know what's important to them. Mr. Grasso loves that there's not a state income tax. He's a businessman, business friendly. There's reasons why he would support these candidates. I don't just go ask for willy-nilly checks from anybody. I know what their important values are. Okay, sorry.
So your efforts are for candidates that have your values, is what you're saying?
Or the donor's values, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one thing to kind of clear up. You were talking a moment ago about they would do anything to fight for the mitigation fees, and who's they? I wasn't clear.
The Democrats and the counterfeit Republicans within our legislation.
How do you define counterfeit Republican?
Looks like a Republican, says they're Republican, but they're not a Republican.
And so your thought is that's what this is about, that they are trying to push you away from? I'm trying to understand. I honestly try to understand.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lawley. So I witnessed it in real time, the same time as everyone else did. I was accused of bribery right before John Bear, Representative Bear, tried to pass House Bill 141. I have since learned that the Teton County lobbyist is over in the Senate talking about we need to wait on this bribery bit. Let's see what's happened with the bribery. And so I am the first person who has stepped in front of a 30-year scam on the landowners in that county. And people have tried to stop it in the past. They got nowhere because we have a lot of counterfeit Republicans in this Capitol. And so what the Democrats and others are willing to do, they are taking 70, if you develop your land, 70%, 70, goes to total strangers in the form of low income or affordable or workforce housing. You don't even get to pick who lives there. You have no control over it, okay? That's a scam. And I've been trying to stop it, but the bottom line is millions of dollars have been made in developers enriching themselves. Everybody's got their fingers in the pie, and this has been a tough one. If you look at the Constitution, if you look at the Republican platform, this is real easy. And so I'm the target, and I say this in my 2-minute speech. I've had rocks thrown through my windows in Jackson twice. I've had my cars keyed. I've had the cops called on me for nonsense. I am the public face of mitigation fees, but I did not ask a single person this time around to vote for it. I already beat that drum. I already showed you the proof. You already know it's wrong. In your heart, you know it's wrong if you're a Republican. If you believe in the Constitution, if you believe in land rights. So I wasn't even hammering that anymore other than a brief slideshow presentation at the Little America. Does that make sense?
Representative Lawley, let's keep the questions on the
Thank you.
specifics.
Yeah. Thank you.
On the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Bexel.
I have a 2-minute statement. Okay.
Well, at least I'm consistent.
I feel like I have to.
Ms. Bexel, we'll give you 2 minutes to talk about anything that we haven't asked about that you haven't spoken to specific to this matter that's in front of the committee.
I have a couple of surprises in here. Wyoming, we deserve better. If the Democrats had followed the rules, this would have been over in a matter of hours. But some in our legislature have tried to derail your budget session, and I believe the LSO director, Matt Obrick, is also in on it. When did you see the photos? The real scandal, Democrats are not the threat because we know their intentions. They plan to change the very fabric of Wyoming if we let them. The real scandal that affects Wyoming is this. We have Democrats masquerading as Republicans in our Wyoming legislature. These counterfeit Republicans were elected into office on the 23 planks of the Republican platform, yet they are doing the bidding of Democrats. Yes, sir, I'm getting back to 1,500. I've got it. These people need to be run out of office, and I plan to help. I passed out 15.
I don't think this is specific to this investigation.
I'm getting back to $1,500 checks right here. I passed out $1,500 checks from a donor in full transparency. There is not a single legislator in this Capitol that I believe can be compromised for $1,500. But apparently, I think better of all of you than some of your colleagues do. I have uncovered housing scams, property tax exemptions. Now, imagine if this committee asked me and the legislators for all of our texts, correspondence, emails for the $1,500 checks. And this did not happen. But what would you do if I said we deleted all of them to save space on our phone? That's what's happening right now all around Wyoming with my public record requests. I have asked the housing director in Teton County for her text messages while negotiating millions of dollars in real estate deals on behalf of the public. Everybody deleted them. The Wyoming Community Development Authority refuses to hand over fees. Governor Gordon announced he was giving a private company $100 million. You'll notice there's no hearing on that. But they are investigating me over $1,500 checks because they say it's bad optics. I am a proud conservative Republican in Teton County. I put a Trump sign in my yard in East Jackson. I'm more concerned with doing the right thing than optics.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
I urge
You
everyone to
are
stay strong.
excused. Thank you.
Thank you, committee.
All right. Committee, that's our last witness. Mr. Obrecht, will you just brief us a little bit about the difference in the rules between a work session and executive session?
Mr. Chairman, your Rule 10C states that the special committee can meet in work sessions that are not open to the public for administrative purposes or is required for the efficient administration of the duties of the committee as determined by the chairman or a majority vote of the committee. Rule 11 really applies to executive sessions, which states that that will be to receive confidential information.
Very good. With that, the public work of the committee will be concluded, and we will go into our work session. Thank you all for coming and for sitting in those super comfortable chairs for 5 hours.
All right, folks. So it kind of looks like they're going to go ahead and wrap this up. They're going to go into a work session. I wonder if they'll be starting to make some decisions on this. Pretty clear from everything tonight that, yes, mistakes were made. Yes, optics were bad. Some probably shouldn't have been done, but not done for bribery, not done for purpose or unpurpose, in a way that would compromise our legislative process. And I agree with Rebecca. She said there at the end, the process for complaints during the legislative session should have been followed. This would have been resolved. Actually, by now, we wouldn't be sitting here tonight. This would have been resolved had
welcome everyone to House TRW.
Had complaints been followed, and yet, good evening, Vicki. Glad you're here. And yet here we are, spending a lot of legislative time on an investigative committee when, we could be doing more important things like budgets, right, you guys? So tonight was interesting. And for those of you that just tuned in, I saw a whole bunch of people actually just tuned in the last 15 minutes. Basically, this was the investigative committee for Checkgate, right? The checks that Rebecca handed down on the floor of the House. And, they're obviously looking into it. They're looking, I think there are those that would just love to make this way bigger than it needs to be, to keep our eyes off the budget session and all of that. I believe we'd be sitting here if no matter who handed out checks to who on the floor, I think there probably would have been an investigation. And that is just par for the course. And we're seeing tonight too, it's just like how government can make things 900 times harder than it needs to be because we've created so much bureaucracy and so many rules. But again, this boils down to distraction politics, if someone else had been getting checks on the floor, it probably would have been the same way. But the bottom line is let's get back to work in the legislative session. Let's go ahead and get this budget done, do it the right way, and let's move past this. This has been all the news has been talking about, and it's because the news loves to distract us from the truth. So obviously we'll be on the show again tomorrow. We'll have the live show tomorrow morning. Actually, tomorrow morning's show, you guys, we're going to do a family show. You guys are going to get to meet the family tomorrow. That's going to be at 9:30 tomorrow morning. We'll do a live stream, but just remember that all of our shows are recorded, so you can go back and watch that and meet the family if you want to do that. But remember, at the end of the day, it's this, right, you guys? God's grace leads to freedom. That's what it's about. So with that, God bless you guys. Have a great, fabulous night. Also a reminder, every Thursday night I do an online town hall. So if you or your friends want to get together and join me, or you want to invite me to your community to come out and speak to you guys, just let me know. I'm always available. With that, God bless you guys. Have a good night. We'll close out tonight. Let's see. What song do we want to close the show out with tonight? I like this. So we're going to play this song. We'll play Love Them More. This is about loving your neighbors. Take care of each other. So have a great night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye now.
Sun up shining on a gravel drive. Granddad's coffee in a styrofoam cup. Says, boy, this world will tell you keep what's yours. But that ain't how we were brought up. We bow our heads at the table, thank the Lord for the food and the fight. 'Cause loving folks who love you back is easy, but that ain't walking in the light. Love your neighbor, mow his yard when he's hurting. Love your brother when he's slamming your door. Love a stranger when your pride says ignore him. Love the bitter heart twice what you did before. You can love your friends on Sunday morning, but Jesus taught a different kind of war. If you really want to shake this world for heaven, love your enemies more. Yeah, love your enemies more. She's got a Bible with a cracked leather spine, highlighter on every other page. Says turn the other cheek, ain't just a slogan. It's a narrow road you gotta pave. We pass the plates and the casseroles, fix the porch where the storm goes through. When they curse your name, you hit your knees, say, Father, bless them like you do. Love your neighbor, mow his yard when he's hurting. Love your brother when he's slamming your door. Love a stranger when your pride says ignore him. Love the bitter heart twice what you did before. You can love your friends on Sunday morning, but Jesus taught a different kind of war. If you really want to shake this world for heaven, love your enemies more. Yeah, your enemies more. She's got a Bible with a cracked leather spine, highlighter on every other page. Says, turn the other cheek, ain't just a slogan. It's a narrow road you gotta pay.
You pass the plates and the casseroles, fix the porch when a storm rolls through. When they curse your name, you hit your knee.
Say, Father, bless them like you do.